Hey guys, I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to build an app using .NET MAUI, which is this Pizza World app. This is a pizza app basically, and this you can see I have it open on my Android emulator and iPhone simulator. So let's see how it looks on iPhone first. So this is the main screen, and we can get started. There we can see this offer, search box, and then couple of popular pizza items. After that we can click on any of the pizza and it will navigate us to the main detail page where we can see the image, name, price, description, and all these things. And then we have this add to cart buttons and view cart buttons. Right now there is no item in the cart, so it shows 00, and if we click on view cart it is going to show us a toast message. Please select the quantity using the plus button. So we can do this, we can modify the quantity from here, and this price is going to be updated in real time. So let me add 2 items of this, go back, let's tap on some other item, and let's say add 5 items of this as well, and then we can go to the cart page. So this is the cart page. Here we can see the added item. So this pizza 3, the price is $1.45, and we have added 2 quantities of this, which totals to $2.9. And the pizza 6, 5 items. We have these delete icons so that we can delete the individual row, and then on the bottom we have this total which sums these totals, and then place order button. And we also have this clear cart button. If you want to reset the cart, clear all the items from the cart, we can use this clear cart button. So if we do clear cart, it will ask for us confirmation if we really want to clear the cart, and if we press no, then nothing will happen as expected, and if we press yes, then it is going to clear the cart and we'll be notified using that message, toast message, cart cleared. After this we can go back like this, or we can go back from here as well. Okay. Then we have this view all, where we are going to view all the pizza items we have right now. We can search from here. So search and view all, both of these takes us to the same page. The only difference is if we come from search, then this search box is automatically focused, and if we come from the view all, then the search box is not focused by default. We can click on it and then we can focus it. So we can do this, we can search for any pizza. I have added a delay so that we can show that that activity indicator. Let's search for this. So we'll have 2 items, I guess, pizza 1 and pizza 10. Yes. So like this we can reset this, and it is going to clear and show us all the pizza items we have. Okay, now again let's try to add couple of items like this. Okay, now let's go to cart. So we have these 4 pizzas added, 4 quantities. Now we can, you see the total price is $38.26. We can, let's say, remove this pizza 5. So we can remove using this. Then we'll have this snack bar pizza 5 removed from cart, and we can undo this. If it was accidental, then we can simply undo it. Let me show you with this pizza 4. Show this, and if we undo it, this is going to come back in the list. So for helping from accidental deletes, this is the way. Then we have this place order. We can place order, and then we can see this nice animation, order placed, and then we can go to the home screen. So this is how it looks on iPhone. Let's see how it looks on Android. We are going to use adaptive AI. There will be a couple of conditions and differences between these two. Okay, get started. We have the same screen. We can see the pizza items. We can click on the search here. It is going to navigate us to the search for pizza page, where we can, the search box, this is focused already, so we can start typing and start searching for pizza, we can see the similar thing. And then we can go to the detail page. If we click on view cart, it is going to show us the same message. We need to add items to the cart. We can add the items. If then we'll go to view cart, then we can see this on the cart. Let's come back and reset this filter. We can see all the pizza items. Let's go back. And from here, if you go to view all, then it is going to get us on the same page. The title is different. This time it is all items and the search box is not focused already. We can click on it and it will be focused. So let's add, okay, we already added pizza 1. Let's say pizza 2. Add 3 quantities of this one. Pizza 4, let's 1 quantity. We have these items. We can delete, remove from cart. We can undo the same way. And you notice this cart right now it is $41.6, and if we remove any of this, so this quantity is also updated. Okay, then comes this clear cart. We can clear the cart and it will ask for confirmation, and we can simply click and the cart cleared. Okay, now let's again add items of this. Come here and we can place the order and we will have the same animation. And then we can go to the home screen and we are back here. So this is the app we are going to build in this video from scratch to end. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so I'm in Visual Studio now, VS for Mac. So I have this project, and what I did, I simply downloaded some pizza images and these icons from the internet, and I have pasted these in our resources and images folder. That's all I did. And if you want to see from where I got this, so for icons I used boxicons.com, and from here you can simply search for any of the icon and then you can simply click on it, and then you have this downloadable PNG and SVG code. I am using PNG for these images, so you can use SVG if you want, so both are okay. And for the pizza images, what I used flat icon. So flaticon.com, you can go to this and here you can search for pizza. And you see, you saw this image, this image, this image, this image. So all these images I downloaded for our pizza app from this flat icon. So this is the source of these. Okay, now first thing, let's add the packages we are going to need. So the packages we will need, those are the same two packages, Community Toolkit MAUI and Community Toolkit MVVM. Community Toolkit MAUI. Let's do this Community Toolkit only, so that it will list out both Community Toolkit.mvvm. Let's add this. Accept. Go again to the manage NuGet packages. Community Toolkit. MVVM we already installed. Then Community Toolkit.maui. Add this. Accept. And we are good. For this we just need to add this use MAUI community toolkits. So let me copy this, go to our MAUI program and we can use this. And we should be good now. Fine. So we are good. Next thing what we are going to do, we'll simply clean our solution up. So what I mean is we are going to use only the Android and iOS. So let's remove these Mac, Tizen and Windows, these three. We can simply delete these, delete, and delete Windows. Cool. Now go to the CS Pros file, and from here we'll remove all others. We'll simply have Android and iOS. Let's remove Mac Catalyst from here. Then this is for Windows, so let's remove this target frameworks altogether. Then we'll check if we have it somewhere else as well. So yes, we have this Mac Catalyst. Delete this. First iOS, then Android, then remove this Windows, and Tizen. Okay, and then we have this Net 7. So looks like cleaning is done. Fine. So let's build this and try to open it in iPhone. So it is complaining about something, some unusual file names. Maybe it is getting something from cache. Let me clean and then rebuild. And still we have these. Let me check from where we are getting these. Okay, so I still have this issue. I thought somehow it is not taking the image names, as I have that pizza 10, pizza 1, pizza 2. So I renamed all these. I appended img to these, but still not working. Then I had to search for it, and then I found out the issue. I had this issue previously as well. So what is happening right now? Maui tries to get all these images and try to resize these as per the platform we are going to run these images on. But on Mac, it somehow creates that .ds store files. So if you see here, this .ds store, which is a hidden file which Mac creates, but we cannot see this file in our project. I tried to see in Finder, I could not find this. That's why I was not able to figure out. But now we have this .ds store file, and we can delete this, and after deleting this we can resolve this issue. So I was reading one Stack Overflow answer, so I found out if we delete this file and after that if we made some change any of the project file, any of the image from the Finder, it will again going to create the .ds store file. So the correct approach should be to go to the project file, edit project file, and here we will have the images. You see this Maui image include resources, images, then slash, then star. So instead of doing this star, we should use, we need to skip that .ds store file basically. So what we'll do, we know we have png, we have svg. So what we can do, we can say images, then after this slash we'll say star dot svg. Then let me copy this file, and after this we'll do same for png. And if we have some other extensions as well, for example maybe you have jpg, then you can include that as well. I'm not going to have those, so I'm going to skip this. Like this, save all, and let me rebuild it. Hopefully this should work. building. Okay, so it came, and now we can see this. So everything looks fine. Okay, now we'll continue working. First thing, we'll create a folder in our project, or let's create all the folders which we are going to need. So we will need pages folder where we'll have all our pages. Then we'll have our models folder. Then we'll have our view models. Fine. In pages folder, first thing, let's move this main page to this pages folder. Main page, let's check the namespace. Fix this namespace. So main page, this is pizza maui dot. We are going to add this pages, and then we need to change this in main page dot maui, main page dot xaml as well. So dot pages dot main page, like this. Save all and go to app shell. In app shell, it should be having this local namespace which points to the main pizza maui, but right now we don't have anything in local, so we rename it to pages, and we'll set after this pizza maui dot pages, like this, and then we'll have this pages like this. Let me rerun for now so that we can it will be in sync, and then we'll design this main page. Okay, app is here. Now let's go to main page. We'll design our main page. So first thing, we don't need this header, this title navbar. So for that, let's do shell dot navbar is visible. We'll make it false. Fine. After this, we will have the background color of the page, which is going to be dark golden rod. This is this dark golden rod, pale golden rod. We are going to use these colors in this app. Fine. So this is also fine. Now next thing, we don't need this complete design. Let's remove everything. Fine. Let me pull our app from the Android emulator so that we can see what we are building, and we can take inspiration from that. So this is the thing, this is the page we are working right now. So here we are going to use a grid, and with this grid, first item as this head pizza world, second row as this icon, this image, and the third row we will have a vertical stack layout where we'll have these this heading, this description, and this button. Fine. So let's start. We'll have a grid with row definitions as auto, star, and auto. So whatever space the header takes and whatever space the footer, the text and description and button takes, we'll provide auto. And then the second image section, we will have star. So whatever space is there, just use that. So first we'll have our label, and we'll say the text. So before text, let's use grid dot row 0 to be explicit. Then we'll say text, which is going to be our pizza world, like this. Let's see, we can see this text here, pizza world. After this, what we are going to do, first we'll set a font size of some bigger font, so let's say 50, and then we'll set horizontal options at center, and then we'll make it bold, so font attributes bold. Fine. After this, let's have some padding on this grid. So we'll have padding 15 and 25. So 15 from left and right, 25 from top and bottom. Fine, we have this label. After this label, we are going to use our image. Image grid.row1, and the source, we have couple of images, but the image which I like the most, that is pizza1 img.png. We can see this image, so this looks good. So the selection of images makes our app look good. So yeah, image. After this, what we'll do, we'll simply set height and width to this. So we'll say height request, let's have it as 250, and then width request as 250. Then let's have vertical and horizontal options at center. Fine. After this, the third section, we are going to use a vertical stack layout with grid dot row 2, and on this we'll have a spacing of 10, and inside this we will have these sections: first label, then second label, then this button kind of structure. Okay, so for this, first let's have a label here with the text that I just randomly picked this text, the taste of Italian pizza, like this. Can we see this? Grid.row label text. We are not seeing it. We should see it. Save. Let me rerun the app. And we have a error, counter button does not exist. We removed this, but we didn't clean up the CS page. So let's remove this on counter click and rerun. Okay, here is the text. Now what we'll do, let's first increase the font size. Let's make it 40. Fine. And then font attributes as bold. Fine. After this, we'll have another label for that description. So let's have some random description. Feel the taste of mouth watering pizza from its origin country. Something like this. We can see this. Let's increase the font size of this as well. So we'll say font size 18. Okay. And we'll use line height. Let's say line height 1.5. No, it is more, 1.2. Okay, 1.2 is fine. After this, we need to have that button like structure, but that was not button. We need to have text and this icon. So for this, what we are going to use, we will use one border, and then we'll have these two items, and on that border we can have our tab gesture recognizer, which will navigate us to the next page. Fine. So for this, let's have a border here, border with stroke shape as round rectangle, and we'll have it 25. And then after this round rectangle, let's have first we'll say stroke thickness. We don't need any border around this border, which is the stroke thickness. Then the background color, we will use goldenrod color, this one. Inside this, let's have a label text, let's say get started, so that we can see something like this. Yeah, okay. After this, let's have some height here, some fixed height. So we'll have fixed height of 50. Fine. Now in this we will have a horizontal stack layout, because we need to have one text and one icon. In this first thing we'll have this text, and the second thing we are going to have an image, which is our icon basically. So for this we have that image which is called right arrow, and on this first thing we'll set vertical option center on this and label both, so that these should be vertically centered. Vertical options at center. And on this image, after this we'll set a height. H height request as 30. Save it and let's see. Yeah, now we can see this. Now let's move this horizontal stack layout to the center. So here we'll say horizontal options at center. Fine. After this, let's have vertical options at center as well. Vertical options at center, and then we'll have some spacing of, let's say, 10. Looks nice. Yeah. On this label, let's increase the font size. We'll say font size as 18. Fine. So now it looks good, and we can increase the spacing between these. So on this vertical stack layout, let's change the spacing to 15. Fine. It looks very good. Yeah. Okay, now next thing we need to work on this get started button. So we'll tap on this get started and it will navigate us to the next page. So for that, what we are going to use on this border, we'll use border dot gesture recognizers. Here we'll use a tab gesture recognizer with tabbed event. Let's go to this tabbed event. Before that, let me save all. We are on here. We are here. We'll say async, and then we'll simply navigate to shell.current.go to async. We'll move to our main home page. So that does not exist yet. So first let's create that page. Solution, pages, right click, add, new file, .NET MAUI content page with XAML, and here we'll say home page, create, and we are good. Now next thing, first let's save all, and from main page.xml, from here let's move to the home page. So we'll use shell navigation slash, then we'll say name of home page. Fine. Now it will not work because we are using this route but we have not registered this home page. So we have two approaches. Either we can have it directly in app shell like this, because this is a main page, we can have it like this. So here we'll say home page, and then this route, this should match the main. Okay, we don't have this title here, so we can simply remove it, or we can set it like this. Okay, save. If we are not using this, then we need to go to appshell.xaml.cs. Here here we need to add it to the routing.register route, which we'll do for other pages. Fine. Right now, let me rerun the app. We should be navigated to the home page when we click on that get started button. Okay, app is loading and it is here. And yes, there is this issue in the, oh, I clicked on it. Now if I'll press back, it will not go to the back, but you can see we can navigate to this page. If you remember, we saw that the label was not completely visible, so it was getting hidden, getting clipped by its border. So this is the issue which I found on iPhone. In such cases, we need to have some padding for the labels. You see this G is cutting out. So what we can do, we can go to our main page.xml and on this horizontal stack layout, let's have some padding, and the padding is going to be 0 and 5, and we are good. See, everything looks fine. We can tap on this get started and it will navigate us to this main home page. Now we'll work on this home page. First thing we'll do, change this home page to the name of our app, which is Pizza World, like this. The next thing, we need to change the color of this background. So for this, what we'll do, we'll do this on this app shell so that it will be applied throughout the app. We'll say shell.background color, and we will use dark golden rod, this color, like this. Cool. Now on this home page, we'll start designing our app. So first, let's remove everything. We'll have a scroll view here. Inside this scroll view, we'll have a vertical stack layout. In this vertical stack layout, so right now we are designing this offer section. This one. So this is going to be in border. So in vertical stack layout, we'll have a border with stroke shape as round rectangle of radius 10. Then we'll not use stroke thickness, so we'll set it to 0. Then the background color, we will use our golden rod color. And then vertical options at start, we need this at the very beginning. And then let's have some padding of 15, like this. We have this thing. So inside this border, we will have a grid. So if I show you, this is a grid with 2 columns. First column with this best offer, this description and this button, and the second column as this image. Okay, so for this, let's have this grid here, and we'll set the column definitions. First one star, and the second one we are going to set fixed width of 150, which is for that image. And the first column, whatever remaining width is there, it can take up that space. Okay, inside this, for the first section, we'll have a vertical stack layout, grade.column 0, like this. And for the second section, that second that image, basically, so image grid.row, sorry, not row, grid.column, and we'll use the first column, and the source of this is going to be our pizza 3 image. Save it. Let's see if we can see something. Yes, we can see this. Now next thing, on this image we'll set the height and width, that 150 we have it, right? 150 height and width 150, like this. Cool. Now after this, what we'll do, or okay, so we should have two rows, one row for this best offer grab, this description, and the second row with get it now. So two row, two columns, but this image, this will be in column number 1, which is second column basically, and it will span to both the rows. So for that, first let's modify this grid. So we'll have our row definitions, and this will be star and auto. The second row, whatever space it needs, it will grab that, the content fits within that space, and the first row, whatever space is remaining, it will take up that space. So this vertical stack layout, it will be, let me modify this, it will be grid dot row 0 and column 0, and this one, this image, it will span to both the rows. So we'll say row span 2 and then column 1. So we save it, we will not see any change in the UI, but in this vertical stack layout we'll start adding our items. So the items will have two labels. First label, that best offer, that heading best offer, like this, and then the second label, we will have that description. So grab this amazing offer before it expires, like this. Okay, now on this vertical stack layout, this best offer, let's have a bigger font size. So we'll use font size 25. Cool. Then we'll use font attributes as bold. Okay, after this we'll say vertical options at center, which is fine. Now in this vertical stack layout, we will add a spacing of, let's say, 10, like this. Cool. After this, we'll have one button, which was that get it now. So button, which will be in grid dot row 1 and column 0, grid dot column 0, and text is going to be get it now, and we can see this button. Fine. Now we'll design this button. So first we'll have the background color which we need, and in this case we need this lighter color. Okay, if we set this, we need to set the different text color. So we'll set text color black. Fine. After this, we'll set font attributes as bold. Fine. And now we'll set a higher corner radius, which is 22 in this case. So I'm using this 22 from where it came. The default height this button uses in .NET MAUI, that is 44, and that we can verify in our resources and styles and style.xaml file. Here if you look for button, we have the minimum height request and minimum width request is 44. So if the height is 44 and if we set the corner radius to 22, which is 50% of the height, so we can see this perfectly rounded corners. So for this we are doing this thing. Okay, where were we? We were on our home page. Cool. Now on home page, everything looks fine, right? Just one thing, horizontal options, we'll set it center. this get it now button, and we can increase the horizontal padding. So for that, what we'll do, let's have it somewhat 50, 0, like this. It looks nice, right? Okay, now we need some spacing on this page. So when we say this page, the complete page is inside this scroll view, then vertical stack layout. So let's save on vertical stack layout first. Okay, this will need next. So on this page directly, we can have a padding of, let's say, 15. Fine. It is coming nice. Cool. Now next thing is we need to work on the popular pizza items. Now we need those items. We need to have those items. So for that, I am going to stop the app and we'll work on our model and view models now. Save everything. Fine. In our models folder, let me create a new file, new class, which will be our pizza model. So main pizza model. We will have couple of properties here. Before that, this is going to be used reactively. So what we'll do, we'll add this as observable. So we'll say observable object, which will come from community toolkit MVVM component model, observable object. Fine. Now we'll have properties here. First property, we need to have a name for this, the name of the pizza. Then second required property, we'll have image of the pizza. Then there is going to be third property, which is going to be of type double, or we could use decimal. We'll use price here. And after price, we are going to have one cart quantity, which we'll use to add the item, to add this pizza to the cart. So how many pizzas of this particular pizza, the quantity of this pizza basically. So that is going to be changed, right? If we click on the plus button, minus button, this value is going to be changed. So we will need it as an observable property. So what we'll do, we'll use private int and cart quantity, and we'll decorate it with observable property. Fine. After this, we will have one more property which will be of type double, and this is going to be amount, and this amount will be this price times cart quantity. So this is going to be an computed property. So we'll use cart quantity times price, like this. Now whenever this cart quantity is changing, we should change this amount as well, right? Because right now it is one time only, but whenever this cart quantity is changing, we need to change it. So what we can do, after observable property, we can add one more attribute to this, which will be notify property change for, and here we'll use our amount property. So here we are saying observable property, it is going to notify this cart quantity value. And then we said that whenever you are notifying this, whenever the value of this cart quantity is changing, please notify the changing for amount as well. So this amount should recalculate at that time. This is what it means. So we are good. And apart from this, we will need one method in this, which will be a clone method, so that we can grab a copy of this. This will use for view cart page basically. So here we can use the member wise clone as pizza, this item. So our models is done. After this, let's go to our view models, and let's create one more, add one more folder where we'll have a new folder. We'll have our services there, and in this services we will add one class which is going to be our pizza service, like this, so that in this class we can have the data, the initial data for our pizza. Okay, so here what we can have, we can simply have a static collection. So we'll say private read only, wait, read only static enumerable of pizza, which will come from models namespace underscore pizzas, and here we'll have a new list of pizza, and then we can fill out the pizzas. So I already have a list, let me copy it. So I have this list, pizza 1 2 3, some with some random prices, price 5.1, 2.5, like this. So I have the list of 10 pizzas, I have 10 pizza images, that's why I'm using this. After this we'll add couple of methods in here in this pizza service. First let me collapse this, fine. After this what we'll do, we'll use public enumerable pizza, we'll say get all pizzas, and from here we can directly return our collection like this. Then we'll have one more method for our popular pizzas, pizza. So here we'll say get popular pizzas, and here we can expect a count, int count with default value at 6, and here we can simply grab all the pizzas. Then we can apply order by. So we'll shuffle these. Right now we don't have any popular pizzas logic, so we'll simply have a random pizza. So we can say p goes to GUID dot new GUID, like this, and from here we are going to take this count, which is 6 in this case. Fine. After this we will have one more method. So you remember we have search functionality, so we will search our pizzas. From there also we'll return a list of pizzas. So here we'll say, let's say get pizzas or search pizza, let's say get pizzas only, and here we'll have a search term like this. And now we will check if this search term is null or empty. So we'll say string dot is null, or let's say white space, search term, not search bar, this is going to be search term, okay, I made a typo, search term. If this is null or empty, we'll simply return the complete collection. If that's not the case, then we'll apply the search, which is going to be pizzas dot where p goes to p dot name, or we can say, yeah, p dot name dot equals search term, and we will make this as a case insensitive search. So we'll say string comparison dot ordinal ignore case, and we should be good from here. But now there is one problem, it will search for direct the complete name, but we need it to be search with any substring as well. So what we can do, we can use the contains method, and in contains do we have this char value, string value, fine, we will use the same signature like this, Okay, so looks like our pizza service is done. We can remove this thing. Fine. Now we'll work on our home page view model. Save everything. Cool. Now let's go to view models. In view model, we will add a new class and we'll call it home view model like this. Okay, and on this home view model, we'll have first thing we need to have the list of pizzas, that popular pizzas basically. So for that, first thing we need to inject our pizza service, which will come from the this services namespace. So here we'll say pizza service. Let me copy this. Private read only pizza service underscore pizza service, and here we'll have this pizza service equals this pizza service. Fine. And in here we are going to have one observable collection prop observable collection observable collection. So I don't know what is the command, what is the shortcut to open the suggestions here. If you know, please let me know in the comment. For this VS for Mac, for Windows Visual Studio, I know we can press control period, then it opens those. But in Mac, I don't know what is it. If you know, please let me know in the comments. Okay, observable collection of type pizza, and this will come from our models namespace. So we can say using pizza maui dot models like this, and we can call these popular pizzas or pizzas, it's up to us. Let's call it pizzas only, and we'll have first save everything like this. Okay, now let's have the default value for this. So we'll say pizzas equals new observable collection, and then we can get the popular pizzas. So get popular pizzas like this, so now we have pizzas, and these pizzas will be filled in this this observable collection. Okay, now let's go to our page and try to implement this, but before that we need to register these services. So go to maui program.cs, and here we are going to register our services. We can register directly, or we can create a new method here where we'll register these to make it clean basically. Okay, let's say we'll have a public static class, or we can simply have direct method where we'll pass our services. So we'll say public static, or not public, we can have it private as well. So private static, I mostly use the extensions method to this, but because this is a small project, so I'm not going to use separate file and separate extensions. Here we'll say private static iService collection, let's say as add pizza services like this, and here we will expect iService collection services like this, and now we are going to register. But before that, let me return the services back. Public static iService collection. Yeah, it looks nice. What is the error? Oh, this. Okay, now we'll say services dot add. First we need to register our pizza service. So pizza service, we are registering it. Pizza service, right? Okay, and suggestions pizza service, fine. The same way we will register our view models as well, and then we need to register pages as well. Where we are going to use these, we need to use register those as well. So like this. Okay, now we have this add singleton pizza service like this. After this, we'll register. Okay, we can register, use this add singleton with shell route. In this, we can have our view and view model. So view is going to be home page. View model is going to be home view model. And then it expects a parameter where we need to define the route for this. So here we'll say home page route like this, like this. What is the issue? It is, what is there? Add singleton, we shall route. Okay, it is saying reference to instance after the operation is complete. The page of my home view model cannot be used as a type parameter. Why? Why it can't use it? I service collection string route fact. There is no implicit reference for home view model. We missed. This is going to be of type observable object. We need to have this, and for this needs to be partial. Save, and now we are here. Okay, now what it is doing, it is going to register these two home page home view model as singleton, and with these it is going to create a shell route for home page as well. So doing this, what we can do, we can simply remove this home page from here. We don't need it now because this is going to be registered from here only. Cool. So we can save everything now, save all, and now we can start designing our home page. Go to home page, but first let me inject the our home view model on this page so that we will use the properties from there. So first thing, private read only. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's create a new file here. Add new class for global usings. Global usings. Create. Remove everything. And let's go to, let's say, home page view model. From here, let me copy this everything, copy, go to the global usings, paste it, and add global to it. Global usings, global global global, and then global to this as well. Global. Okay, what is the issue here? No issue. Services models, let me copy this. We'll say view models, view model, services models, and let's add pages as well. Fine. Save everything, and home page view model. Okay, private read only, and now here we'll have our home view model. Home view model, home view model. Let's use this. In its constructor, we are injecting this, and in this we'll say home view model equals home view model, and then we'll set the binding context for this page, binding context to this home page view model like this, and now we are good. Save all, let's run it, and then we'll work on the design in runtime. Where is it? It is here. Fine. App is here. Get started. And we have some error, and what this error is. Let me run it again. Okay, this is coming up. Get started, and we have some error. Let's see what the error is. Oh, sorry. Not error. We will find that in output. Terminal call stack application output. Simulator, click on it, error, continue, stopped. Let's see the application output, and here we will get the actual error, and which is native crash reporting, unable to figure out route for this home page. Okay, / home page parameter URI, and when we say this MAUI program, name of home page, so it is not registering it. Okay, I never used it as singleton with shell route, but looks like maybe I'm missing something. So if you guys know what am I missing, please do let me know in the comment. For now, we'll fall back to the traditional approach. We'll say add singleton, home view model, and add singleton. Oh, no, my bad. Let's see if it works. We created this method, but we are not using this method, right? Add pizza services. So here we'll call this add pizza services. We'll pass builder dot services to this like this. Fine. I hope this works. Do let me know in the comment if you use this add singleton with shell route, add transient with shell route, this method. I have never used it. Okay, app is coming up. Let's see. Fingers crossed. Okay, get started. And we still have error. This time, let's see what was the error this time. Okay, for simulator, native, principal class name, global routes currently cannot be on the only page in the stack, absolute routing. Okay, let's do one thing. Go to app shell and uncomment this one. Cancel like this, and let's stop everything, save everything, and run it again. App is here. Let's see, and yes, it worked. Fine. So we are here. Next thing, we will work on that search box here. So let's go to our home page, and for the search box, what we are going to use, we will use a UI to display the search, but it will not behave as search. We will use this as a link to the next page where we will actually implement our search. So in .NET MAUI we have search bar, and then we have search shell search handler. But the problem with shell search handler is it works on Android but does not work on iOS iPhone. So there is already open issues on the GitHub for this thing. So hopefully they'll fix it in .NET 8. I'm not sure. So we are not going to use shell search handler. We are going to use search bar here, but that also will use on the page where we have all our pizzas listed. So if you remember this app, this search here, this is simply an anchor. If we click on it, if we tap on it, it opens the next page where we have this search bar. This is the search bar control. Okay, so we'll design this thing here. So for this is again is border. So after this border, in this vertical stack layout, we will have one more border, and on this border we'll say stroke shape round rectangle, and we'll have it let's say 20. This time we need stroke thickness, which we'll use of let's say 2. Let's see. Then we will set the stroke color, which will be the direct stroke property, stroke like this, and here we'll use our golden rod color, fine. And inside this border we'll have one label for the search. So let's add that label. Text will be search here like this, and we can see something now. Fine. After this, let's design this text color of this text box. This is going to be golden rod only, and the font size, are we good with this font size, or maybe we can increase this a bit, 15. And on this label, let's have some padding, 10 or 15, fine, or 14. Okay, and then let's increase this round rectangle to 22. Fine. What if we remove this? We will remove the default font size. Fine. Now we need to have some spacing between these two, and these are the direct children of this vertical stack layout. So we can have a spacing of let's say 10. Fine. We have this search here now. And when we tap on the search here, it should navigate us to the all pizzas page, which we'll implement after some time. But for now, we are good with this. After this, we will work on this popular items, this section basically. So popular items, view all, and then the list of these pizzas. Cool. So after this border, we are good. Let's clean this up. Fine. Now we'll have a grid to display these two labels. So we'll use grid column definitions as half and half, let's say. First, we'll have a label with text popular items like this. Good. This is going to be our column 0, grid dot column 0. And the next item we'll use label grid dot column 1. The text is going to be view all like this. Cool. Now this view all, we need to move this view all to the right. So what we'll do, we'll say horizontal options as end. Okay. And then vertical options, let's use end only, and for this one as well, vertical options as end, and horizontal options is start. So we are good with these popular items. These popular items we will make it bold and bigger. So font size, let's say 20, and font attributes as bold. Save. For this view all, we'll add underline to this. So here we can use our text decorations. We have this underlines. Save everything. Now fine. We need to have some, we are going to have one spacing, more spacing between these grid and this border. So we can use the box view with a height of, let's say 15, like this, and the color will use the transparent, so we don't want any color. Okay, fine. Popular items view all, and now we are here where we need to display our popular pizzas. So this list, this collection, so we can use we are going to use flex layout for this. In vertical stack layout, after this let's start working on this, and for this view all, tapping on this, it will navigate us to the new page where we can see list of all the pages. That page we'll implement. After that we'll work on the search and view all functionality. Fine. So in here, for displaying our popular items, we'll use a flex layout with bindable layout basically. So for this, bindable layout dot items source, and this source we are going to get it from our binding, and we already set our binding context, so we can set our data type here, which will come from the view models. So for this, first let me add the namespace for this. So XMLNS, let's say VM for view models, and here we can say view models from our thing, and let's have one for models, because we need to use models as well. So here we'll say models, which will come from our models. Fine. And this data type, this is going to be home view model. Home view model, like this. Now we can have our IntelliSense. So when we say this binding, item source binding, now we can see our pizzas. Let me make it smaller. Okay, like this. Move this to the very end, and like this. Fine. Okay, we have our binding pizzas like this. Now we can start designing our layout. So for this, we'll use binding layout dot item template, which will be a data template of type X data type. So the type of each item is going to be this pizza, that model, right? And in this data template, now we can work. First, let's have a border, and in this border we will use stroke shape as round rectangle of radius 10. Stroke thickness, we don't need it. Stroke thickness 0. Background color, we'll use pale golden rod color, and after this we'll have a padding of 0 and margin of 2. Inside this, we will have a grid layout with 4 rows, 1 2 3 and 4. First row, this image. Second, the name of the pizza. Third, with this price and ratings, and fourth, this view more button. So in here let me create a grid with row definitions. For image, we'll use a fixed height of 150. Apart from this, let's use whatever space they can take up, like this. Okay, and on this, let's have some spacing as well between the rows. So row spacing of 5. Fine. Now we are here. First thing, we will add our image, but no, but okay. Grid dot row 0. The source. This is going to be our image, pizza dot image basically, and let's see how it looks. Okay, we can see it. Where are other items? We can't see those. For those, right now those will be hidden on the right side. So what we'll do on this flex layout, we will use the wrap property to wrap. Now we can see our all our pizzas, but we need all these items to take up 50% of the width, the layout. So for that, what we can do, for this, we can come to this border, the direct child of this flex layout, and here we'll say that use flex layout dot basis as 50%. So you should use 50% of the width. That's okay. It looks nice. Not nice, but it will look nice when we add other properties as well. Fine. So on this image, now we set this. After this, what we are going to do, we are going to set our height and width. Height, we know we are going to use 150. The width, we'll use it as 130. Like this. Now it looks nice. Okay. We cannot see that rounded values because we made a typo. So rounded rectangle, and now we can say it. Fine, it looks great. Okay, now the next row, after image, the next row is going to be for the name of the pizza. So here we'll say label grid dot row 1. The text is going to be binding name, the name of the pizza, like this. Save it, and now we can see this. We need to move it to the center, so let's move it. So horizontal options, add center. Fine. After this, it is looking very ugly on the smaller screen, right? The code, not the actual layout. Let's use the bigger one. Now it looks fine, but it takes up the space. But what can we do? Okay, so this thing, now we will increase the font size. So for this, we can use a font size of, let's say, 20. Fine. After this, we'll use the rating and price. So for that, we are going to use one grid with 2 columns. If you remember, grid with 2 columns, one column for this price and the second column for this rating. So here we'll use one grid with column definition, but before that, let's say grid dot row. We know 0 1, this is the row number 2, and for this columns definition, we'll have the both as 50%, 50%. And in this, we can have the first row label for the column number 0, and here we'll have the text, which is going to be the price. So we will get it from the binding price, like this, like this. We can see this, but we need to format this. So we'll use string format. string format, and we'll use the hard-coded dollar, and here we'll use 0 to get the value, and we can use this if to make it 2 decimal places like this. Fine, it looks okay. And now on this label, what else we can do? We can make it bold, font attributes bold. After that, second label, but that is not going to be a label because we have two things. We have a text with that 4 star, 3 star, 2 star, and then one image for that star, that icon. So for that, we'll use a horizontal stack layout, and it is going to be the column number 1 in its parent. And on this horizontal stack layout, let's add the label and image. So right now I'm using the hard-coded rating. So let's say label text 4. So this is 4 star, and for star we'll use image. We already have an icon for the star. Image source, which is star only, and we can set the height and width, smaller height and width for this. So height and width as 15 like this, and we save. We can see this. Let's have some spacing between these two. So on this horizontal stack layout, first thing, horizontal options, we'll move it to the very end of the row, and then we'll have spacing between these star and this, let's say of 2. Okay, this looks nice. Cool. And after that, let's have vertical options as center for both this one as well as the label, the price actually. So vertical options as center, so these are center aligned basically. Cool. Now we can see everything. It looks nice. Two things. First, we need to change the color of this image, and then second thing, we need to have some spacing between these two, these price and the rating. These are touching the corners. We need to have some spacing from the corner. We can have the main margin at the main border level. We add 0, make it 10. Okay, cool. Now we will have that button. So for that, okay, but before that, let me change the color of this image. So for that, we will use the community toolkit MAUI to change this, and that is called icon tint color behavior. You can search it for this. How can we use this? I know how to use it. First thing, we need to have the namespace XMLNS, and we can have the namespace which will be that MAUI 2022, like this, MAUI toolkit, and then we can use this toolkit to add the icon tint color behavior on this image. So let me have it here, move it like this, and on this image, what we'll do, we'll say image.behaviors, and here we will use icon tint color behavior, and here we can have a property of this tint color. So for this tint color, we'll use dark golden rod like this, and we should be good now, and we can see this color. Cool. After this, let's move to the button. After this grid, in the main grid, we'll have a button which will be grid.row 2 0 1 2 3 3, and the text we are going to, let's say, have view more, we have this button. Fine, now we'll design this button. So first thing, we will have a background color, and for this we'll use gold color. Fine, then we'll use text color as black. Okay, after this we'll use our corner radius as 22 so that it makes the perfect rounded corners. After that, let's say font attributes as bold, and vertical options as the very end. What is happening? Where are vertical options? So these are here, vertical options like this. Enter. Okay, vertical options as end and horizontal options at center like this. Cool, we have this. So to make it look good, we'll add padding. Let's have 22 from left and right, 0 from top and bottom, and we are good. Let's have 25. Fine, we can see this view more, we can see all this, we can see these items. So I think it is coming up pretty good. Cool. Next thing, we are going to work on the detail page for this, or maybe before that let's work on the all items and this search, this page. Okay, so right now I'm going to have a break, and you can also take a break because it's been 1.5 hours. I'll take a break and I'll be back soon. Okay, till the time you can drop me some comments. So the comments actually, those help me to reach more, and so that my videos reach to the more people and I get more views basically. Okay. Hey, so I am back. Now let's start working. And first thing what we'll do, we'll create a page in our pages folder. So we'll create a new file, and this is going to be .NET MAUI content page, and we'll call it all pizza page, all pizzas page. Fine. And in order to uh, connect with data and all those operations, we'll create a new view model for this. So in view models, I'm going to create a new file, new class file basically, and this will be all pizza view model like this. Let me minimize this one. Fine, we are here and we will use MVVM. So what I'm going to do, I will simply make it partial and inherit it from observable object. We are good now. In this, first thing we need to have a collection of pizzas, so all pizzas basically. So for that we'll use observable collection of type pizza, and let's call it pizzas like this. After this, on this page, we are going to have, because this same page we'll use for searching, so we will have a flag for which we'll get to know that if we came from search box or by clicking on the view all section, right? So if I open it, so we can go to that all pizzas page by clicking on this search here, this section, or we can click on this view all, then also we move to the same page, right? So we need to have some flag for this one. What we'll do, we'll simply have private bool and let's say from search, and this is going to be an observable property like this. And we need to get this underscore from search from the previous page, so we'll get it from the shell navigation's query string basically. So for this, what we can do, we can decorate our view model with this query property attribute, and here we can add the string name and string query id. This name is the name of the property within this class, so this is going to be from search, this one. And the second parameter, this is query id, so this is the name of this value in the query string when we are passing it from previous page to this page using the shell navigation. But in most of the cases we use the same value, so in this case also I'm going to use the same value from search, and now we have this from search. And when we will come from search, we will have the search functionality. So for that, we'll have one flag so that we can show that activity indicator that we are searching for the pizzas. So we'll have one more flag here. We'll say searching, and this is also going to be an observable property like this. Cool. Now we need to implement the search functionality. So for that, I'll create a command here, private async task search pizza, and here we will have our search term like this. And in this, first thing we'll do, we'll clear out our pizzas collection. So pizzas dot clear. After that, we will set the searching to true, that we started searching, and then we will fetch the data. So we'll say where pizzas, and now we need to search these pizzas from our service. In our pizza service we already have this get pizzas with search term. Let's rename this get pizzas by, or let's rename it to search pizzas. Save, go back, and here we need to inject the service. So we'll create constructor here, and we'll have it private read only pizza service underscore pizza service, and then we'll inject this in our view model like this. Let me rename it with underscore. So this underscore equals pizza service without underscore like this. And then in here we can say pizza service dot search pizzas, and we can pass this search term directly there. So now we have these pizzas. Now we can add these pizzas to this pizzas observable collection. So let's do one thing. Let's use this thing directly in our for each. So we'll use a for each here. We'll say our pizza in this, and then we'll add these items to our pizzas observable collection. Pizzas dot add this pizza like this. So search is done, and after fetching everything, we'll set searching to false like this. Cool. And now we will add this, we will add relay command attribute to this relay command. This will come from community toolkit MAUI input. Let me cut this and add it to our global usings. In here, global using, save, go back, and we should be good now. Fine, we are good. So search pizzas is here. After this, when we are coming to this page, we will fetch all pizzas and we'll add this to this pizzas collection. So we can say get all pizzas like this. So we initialized pizzas observable collection with all the pizzas. Then we have from search indicator. Then we have searching property. Then we have this search pizzas command. So this is all we need to do in this view model right now. Next thing, we created that page, right? So what we'll do, we will register this view model and the page in our MAUI program. Here we'll say services dot add transient with shell route, and here first page, so that is all pizzas page, and view model is all pizza view model, and then route we'll use it as name of all pizza page, like this. And now we can use this. So in order to navigate to this page, we will add one command in our home view model in here. So we'll say private async task go to all pizzas page, like this. And in here we can expect a parameter which will say are we coming from search. If that's the case, we'll use the search one, and we can have a default value for this which will say, let's say false. And in here what we are going to do, we will simply use await shell dot current dot go to async. First we need to have the route name, and that will be name of all pizzas page. And then second parameter, we can have the animate. So we will use animate to true. Then comes the parameters. And now parameters, we need to pass our parameter which is the from search. So for this we'll create our parameters here. This should be a dictionary of a string as a key and object as values. So in this we will have one property, one item to this dictionary, new. And in this the key we will use name of all pizza view model dot we have from search. This is the name of the key. So this name should match with the this first value, this second value. This is the query ID. Now the value for this, we will use this from search directly, like this. And we have created our parameters. Then we can pass this parameter directly to this go to async method. Fine. And we will add relay command to this, save everything, and now we are good. We can get rid of all these usings. Save everything and we are good now. Before running the app, let me inject this all pizza view model to all pizzas page, so that we will directly start designing the page. So here let me add this all pizzas view model, copy, private read only this thing with underscore, like this. We will have this thing equals this, and then we will set the binding context of this page. Binding context equals this all pizzas view model, like this. Save everything, and now let's run it. Fine, I'm running it. This is the old app. Let it pick up the new one. Yes, it is picking up now. Okay, so app is here. Get started. We are here. Let's now bind these two things, search here and view all. So let's go to our home page .xml, home page .xml, like this. Let me set it first. Okay, now first let's search for this search here, this section. Where is it? So this will be after this, search here, this section. So here what we'll do, we'll use border dot gesture recognizers, and here we'll use tab gesture recognizer, and on this tab gesture recognizer we can have our command. This command we are going to get it from our view model, so from binding, and we can say go to all pizza space command like this, but this requires a parameter for from search. So we will set command parameter, and now we have a situation here. We need to pass this true and false. If we pass it directly like this, it is going to consider it as string and our app is going to break. So we need to tell it that this is not a string, this is actually a boolean value. So for that, what we can say, we can tell the type that this is of type boolean, and what is the value? The value is true. So command is this and command parameter is this. What happened? Why is it showing like this? Sure. Let me rerun. Okay, sometimes it shows that that red border, that error, but there is no error. Okay, it is opening. Let's see. Get started. And when we tap on search, we move to all pizza space. We can go back and it is working. Now for view all, we'll do the similar thing. Let me copy this, tab gesture recognizer, and then we have this view all, this label. So on this label, we'll say label dot same gesture recognizer, and here again we'll have this tab gesture recognizer. And now we can skip, either we can set it false, or we already set the default value to false in our view model, right? If you remember, we set, let me first close a couple of files, close this, close this, close this one. We set the, where was it? From search, no, we didn't set it, right? No, not here, in our home view model. From search false, we set the default value as false, right? So we can simply skip this parameter in here. Either we can set it false if we want, or we can skip it altogether like this. So it will take the default value. And let me rerun it. So now it should navigate to that page from both of these places. Okay, app is here. Search here, navigating, view all. What happened? Label gesture recognizer, tab gesture recognizer, command is this. View all. What is happening? Command, go to all pizzas. Let me add the breakpoint if it is actually coming here or no. Okay, view all, and it is not coming. This time it came. Okay, let me stop it and start a fresh run. Till the time it is loading, let's see if we did everything right. Label, view all, label dot gesture recognizer, step gesture recognizer, command. Yeah, everything is fine. It should work. Okay, this is working, but this is not working. Why is it not working? Okay, let's add this command parameter. Maybe because we have not added command parameter, that is why it is not working. Save, false, and save. No, let me rerun this time. Command and command parameter, label, everything looks fine. Do let me know in the comment if you know what is happening. Pause the video and drop the comment. Okay, get started. View all. Now it came. Okay, the command parameter is required for sure. Okay, maybe. Okay, fine. So now we are navigating to this page. Now what we'll do when we are coming from search page, from this search bar, then we are going to change this title, the page's title. Right now it is the same all pizzas page. First let's fix this all pizzas page. We are not going to have this. We'll say all items. Save all items. From view all items, and from search here all items. Now when we are coming from search, we need to change the text. So for that we can use data triggers. For this we'll add trigger on our content page like this. Here we'll say data trigger, and the target type is going to be our content page. The binding is going to be from where we want the value to bind this data trigger with. So this we'll get from binding, and we do not have any IntelliSense because we have not set our namespace and our data type for this page. So let me copy these three namespaces: VM, models, and toolkit. Copy, go to the page, we'll add these three namespaces here, and then we'll set the data type of this page as all pizzas view model like this. And now we should have access to the IntelliSense, and we can see the from search. So binding we will use from search, and when it should trigger, it should trigger when the value of this is true. So it will trigger whenever from search this parameter has a value of true. Then what should happen? We'll set a setter, and on this setter we'll set the property title of this content page, and the value should be, in this case, let's say search for pizza like this. And now we can save everything, and you see search for pizza. We'll come back. If we will come from view all, we will see all items, and if we'll come from search, it will say search for pizza, right? So this thing is working. Search here like this. Cool. Now let's add the items to this page. So first thing we'll have, let's remove this vertical stack layout directly from here. So we'll have a grid here with two rows. Grid, first one for our search bar, and then second one scrollable view for the list of pizzas. So for grid we'll have row definitions. First one auto, whatever space the content requires, and star means everything on the screen. Then first we'll use search bar control with grade.row0, and on this we can set couple of properties which we'll set in a bit. We can see this. Okay, now first let me stop this app here and let me run it on the Android. So we'll see the Android version. So this search bar, it had some differences on the platform. So on iOS it is different, on Android it is different. So for iOS we need to do something extra. You saw that black background, we need to remove that, and for that we'll use iOS specific namespace. So I'll show you in a bit why we are going to use that. Okay, on Android it is coming for the first time. Okay, on Android we need to have change this status bar as well. We'll do it after some time. We can see this list. Fine. Search here. It came to this search for pizza. View all, and we can see all items. So this thing is working similar, and there are no differences in the design as well. Fine. So you saw on this we can see this different search. For iPhone we can see the different search. So we'll set the iOS specific things, but before that let's add couple of other properties on this search bar. First thing, we will set the placeholder for this. So here we'll say search for pizza dot dot dot. So we can see this search for pizza. So it indicates that we can start typing in this and it will search for pizza basically. Then we can set the placeholder color as well. Here we'll set our golden rod color. Okay, after this we can set the, okay, right now if we add something, this cross button, and on iPhone it shows cancel text. So we can set the color of this button as well. So we'll say cancel button color, we'll use red. Then you saw the placeholder color was different, but when we start typing that this text color is different, so we'll use text color as well, and we'll use this as dark golden rod like this. We can see this thing. After this everything looks fine now, right? We can cancel this and it is fine. Stop, and let's run it on iPhone again. Let's see how the placeholder and the cancel button looks like. Okay, it is waiting, coming. Sometimes it takes time to load up. Yeah, get started and search. We can see this. We can start typing, and you see this cancel text. This is the cancel button color. This is the text color. Placeholder is this. We need to remove this black background. So for this, on iOS, this search bar has some different styles, and those we can use iOS specific style basically. So in order to use that, we need to add a namespace. We'll use XMLNS and we'll call it iOS, and here I can use iOS specific or platform specific. What was that? iOS specific, this one, Microsoft MAUI controls platform configuration iOS specific. Okay, now if we go to the search bar, if we'll say this iOS, then we can go for search bar, and then we can see the search bar style. It has these three: default, minimum, and prominent. So let's see. The default one is the default which we are seeing right now. Minimal is this: there is nothing, everything got removed, there is no border, no indication. And then third one, we have this prominent. This prominent is same as default, or okay, so we'll use minimal basically, like this. And now we can search around. Cool. Okay, so this is fine. Now this line does not have any effect on the Android because this is iOS specific only. We are not doing anything. Cool. Next thing, we will have after the search bar for the first, the row number, the second row basically, but indexed 1, we will have our complete list of the items. So for that, iOS has a problem. I don't know if you have faced it. If we directly have collection view here, the scroll bar in iOS somehow is not able to get the correct dimensions of it. On Android it works fine, but on iOS it freaks out. So we need to wrap collection view to some other components. So in this case we can wrap this with vertical stack layout, but then vertical stack layout is not scrollable, so we need to have wrapper of scroll view, and in scroll view we'll have a vertical stack layout, and in vertical stack layout we will have our collection view. This is, and this has the same there's no difference on the Android in UI UX wise, everything looks same. Okay, on this collection view we'll use item source, we'll get it from binding, and this is going to be pizzas, like this, fine. This scroll view, let's set the grid dot row to 1 here, and we can see this. And apart from this, let's have some margin 5. So from all sides, you see these are the pizza items. We have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 10. We have 10 pizza items which it is displaying right now in this collection view. Fine. Now we will use the collection view dot item template to design our items. This is going to be data template of X data type, and the data type is going to be pizza, like this. Fine. Now let's start designing. Now we cannot see anything because we added this data template. So in this data template we'll have a border with stroke shape as round rectangle of corner radius 10. Stroke thickness, we don't need it. Stroke thickness 0. Then we'll have a background color of some light, so pale golden rod color, and we'll have some padding of, let's say, 10, and some margin, let's say 5, like this. Okay, now first let's have a label, text, binding, and name of the pizza, like this, so that we can see something. We are not seeing anything. Let's rerun. So with scroll view the hot reload does not work sometimes with scroll view, collection view. So if this is not working, you can simply try rerunning the app, it should work. Okay, app is here, get started, search, and we can see our items here. Fine, we need to have some spacing between these, so for that, between these items basically. So what we'll do, We'll use collection view dot items layout. We'll use our linear items layout, and for this orientation is required, which is default vertical, and then we can set item spacing. So on this item spacing, let's have item spacing of 10, and we can see the spacing between these items. Fine. Okay, save. Let's start designing this now. So after this border, what we'll have here, we'll have a grid. So we can remove this now. Remove. We'll have a grid with row definitions as 130. This is for the image, sorry, not row, column definitions. We'll have image and then whatever space is there on the screen, it can take that up. So with this column definitions, we'll have an image with grid dot column 0, which is default actually, and after this column 0 we'll set source, which will come from binding image. Like this, we should see the images now. Fine, we can see the image. We will set the height and width. We know we are using 130, so we'll use this. So height request 130, width request 130. Okay, 130, 130. It is not picking up the changes. Let's rerun. Okay, app is here. Get started. Come here, and now we can see these images in the right dimensions. Fine, now let's design this right part. So for this, we'll use a vertical stack layout with grid dot column 1. Okay, and in this we'll use vertical options at center, and we'll have some spacing between those items, spacing of 5. Fine. In this, first thing, we need to have the name of the pizza. So do I have that copied? No. Okay, so label, text, binding, name, like this, and we are saying this pizza 1 now. The name of our pizza, basically. Let's increase the font size. So font size, let's make it 20. Save. Fine. Now let's have some spacing between these two columns. So on this grid, we can have column spacing. On this grid, we can have column spacing of, let's say, 10. Fine. Okay, we can see the text and everything now. Let's continue. After this label, this thing, we will have the price and the rating. So for that, we'll use the same grid approach. So grid with column definitions as star and star, so 50-50%. After that, we can have a label with grid dot column 0, and with text we use that full star, or first one should be the price. So for this, we can use binding price and then string format. Here we can say $0 and 2, like this, and then let's close this label, and we can see the price here. Fine. After this pricing, let's add font attributes at bold, font attributes bold. Save. After this, we'll use another label. No, we cannot use label, we need to use horizontal stack layout, or let me copy that from the previous page. The home page, where is our home page? Pizza service, pizza models, app shell, main page. Oh, where is this? App shell, home page is here. On home page, let's find that it should be in flex layout. This one, right? This horizontal stack layout. Let's copy this. Copy. Go to our all pizzas page and paste it here. Grid.column1. Everything looks fine. And yes, same thing. Cool. After this, we will have that. We'll have a button here, which will uh, navigate us to the detail page of this pizza. Okay, so after horizontal stack layout, after this grid, horizontal stack layout, this grid, inside this vertical stack layout, we will have a button here, and that button will use image and text both. So we'll use a border for this. We'll give it a look of a button. So stroke, shape, we are going to use round rectangle of corner radius 25. Stroke thickness, we don't need this. Background color, we will use gold color here. And inside this thing, we will use a horizontal stack layout with a spacing of, let's say, 2. And in this, first we'll have a label with the text. We'll say, let's say, view more. And then second, we'll have an image with the source right underscore arrow. We have this image, and on this we'll set a height of 30 only, and we'll set vertical options to center for this label and the image both. Vertical options at center like this. Cool. Now let's add other properties on this border. So we'll have a height of, let's say, 45 here. Fine. This horizontal stack layout, or let's say horizontal options at center like this. And then we'll have some padding on this. From left and right, we'll have somewhat padding of 30, and from top right, let's have it 5 like this, and it looks good. Okay, so it is looking good. Fine. And vertically, let's move this border to vertical options as end, so it should stick with the very bottom of the this border, the main border. Okay, looks fine. Cool. Now next thing, we need to work on this search functionality. So when we click on this search, if we type something and if we press enter, we should be able to search for these pieces. So for this, what we'll do, we have this search bar. Let me save everything. Save. On this search bar, we can have search command. Okay, so for this search command, there is one problem. What problem? Okay, fine. Search command. There was one problem which I found out. I'll share with you guys. So first, let's use this search command binding. We have this search pages command. We can use this like this. Fine. And then we can have search command parameter. We need to pass the current text which we have from here. So for this we need to have a reference of this search bar only. So for this we'll name it, let's call it search pizza, or let's call it search bar only. Search bar, so search command parameter. So we'll get the search command from the source, and the source is going to be, in our case, this is going to be a reference from the search bar, and then the path, the value we are going to use, that is text. So we have search bar dot text property here, so we are passing this to this thing. Okay, now the problem I was telling you, let me go to the all pizza view model. We have this search pizzas. Let me add a breakpoint here. Okay, and let me save everything, save all. And now if I do something, it came here, the breakpoint came. If I continue, we are not going to get anything. Now if I cancel it, okay, it came here. Do this, press enter. Okay, if it is working, then we should be good. Why is it coming again and again? It came multiple times. Cancel. I wrote something, I pressed enter, it came here, this is fine. It is coming again and again. The search term this time is the, okay. Now if I cancel it, it comes, and the search term is, did it came? Yes. The search term is the, again. I did this. Continue. It is coming so many times. Okay, so we'll check it. Let me stop it for this time. Let's try it again. I remember there was some issue with this when we are clearing out, then somehow it was not calling the command. So at that time I had to make a workaround for that thing. So get started, search, it came here, add this, press enter, it came here, continue. It is coming multiple times. This is also, no, something is not right. Search term, hjk, continue, search term, again hjk, okay. So what we'll do, we'll check it later. Maybe I'm missing something, or we'll revisit it. There's no point of getting stuck here. Fine. So the thing which I was telling you, let's have that functionality as well. If that is not required, we can simply remove it. So for clearing part, when we clear everything, all pizzas.xaml, when we clear everything, then we'll use at that time this command was not getting triggered. So for this we'll use the text changed event here, search bar text change, save, and let's go to this page here. So here what we can do, we can simply check. So on this E we have old value and new value, new text value and old text value, right? So it will be getting triggered for each and every keystroke we are using, but for all other things we are using the search command, so we'll not execute our logic for each and everything. We'll simply use, first we will check if our old text value was not null or empty. String dot is null or empty, e dot old value. If old value was not null, that means there was some old value, and the current value is null or empty, e dot new text value. So this means this if condition will allow only the case where we are clearing our search bar. We already had something, we entered something, and then we are clearing, then only it will come here. And when it will come here, in this case we'll say all pizza view model dot search pizza command, and we'll execute this command with the search term which is going to be null, so that it will send null. And from our view model, if the search pizza, right, we are clearing it, we are setting searching true. In search pizza, in pizza service, if we go to the definition of this, go to definition, go to implementation, here we are checking if it is null or empty, we'll simply return the complete list. So when we are clearing out, we should return the complete list. So this is fine. Let me go to debug, remove all breakpoints and run it. So this time we'll see the search functionality, it should work. App is loading. Okay, app is here. Get started. Search. We can see all items, and then the same, this is clipping out, so we need to add padding on this view more. We'll do this in a bit. For search, let's say we are doing 1, so it should get pizza 1 and pizza 10. We pressed enter and we got pizza 1 and pizza 10. If we removed it, we got the all the data. 5, press enter, we got the pizza 5, cancel it, we got the complete list. So this thing is working. But whenever we are doing this searching, we should show that activity indicator, right, so that it shows that something is happening. It is a good UX practice. And for this we also we already having that searching flag, so we can simply use that searching flag here. So what we'll do here, on this page, after everything, after scroll view, we have this grid, right? The scroll view is the grid row number 1, search bar is the row number 0, and this activity span activity indicator, what we'll do, activity indicator grid dot will use the complete space whatever we can take. We are saying row span 2, so it is taking both the rows space, so it is filling up the complete grid basically. And on this, what we'll do, we will set is running, we'll bind this with a searching flag. So if it is searching, then it will show is running, and then we can move it to the center. Horizontal options as center, vertical options as center, and then we can set the color, and color we'll use dark goldenrod color, this color. Save everything. Let's try doing something. Okay, it came quickly. it came quickly. So in order to see that, let's go to our view model, and after setting searching true, we will add a manual delay. So we'll say task dot delay. Let's wait for 2 seconds. Rerun, because we made change the C sharp. Okay, app is here. Get started and go to the view all page. We can see these. Let's search for something, press enter. You see this activity indicator and then nothing. So activity indicator is working. We cancel it, activity indicator, and now we can see all pizzas. Cool. So in this case, when we don't have any item, we should have something here. So right now we will not, the user will not understand if something happened or not. So for that, what we can do, all pizzas in scroll view, where we have our collection view. In our collection view, we can set our empty view. So collection view, what happened? Collection view dot empty view. In this, we can have a vertical stack layout. And in this vertical stack layout, we'll set horizontal options to center. Let me move it here like this. And in here, we will have a label where we'll say text no pizzas found like this, and we can set the font size to bigger font size. Let's say 25. If we set this, we can see this no pizzas found, and we'll set the text color some light color. So text color, let's use gray color. Okay, now let's move this text to the center. So we'll say horizontal text alignment at center. Fine. And now we need some spacing. So let's try to add vertical options on this. We cannot see anything. So let's add some manual spacing before this label so that we can use box view. Here we can have height of 100, color as transparent so that it does not show that black thing. And now we are good. No pizzas found. This is good. If we close everything, it is looking searching for pizzas, and then we can see the data, no pizzas found, and we have this. But now when there are no pizzas, when it is searching, at that time this no pizzas found does not look good, right? Hey, sorry for this, guys. I have a 2-year-old kid and he just keep on falling from here and there. So yeah, sorry for that. Okay, so where were we? Yeah, we were here. So when we add something and when we press enter, the activity indicator is there, but the text no pizzas found, this does not make sense because right now we are not able to identify if we will be able to get some pizzas or not. So for this, whenever it is searching, we need to change the text. We'll change this text to the, we can say, searching for pizza, something like that. So for this, we'll use full label, and then we'll use data trigger for this. So label dot triggers, data trigger, and the target type is going to be this label only. The binding is going to be binding searching. The value we will look for is true. If the label if the searching is true, then we'll use a setter. The property we will modify, that is this label's text, and the value we'll set, that is going to be searching, like this. Save everything and let's try it out. Clearing, searching, we can see it. We can see the record, searching, and no pizzas found. So everything is working as expected. It looks fine. Okay, let's do one thing on this pizzas model. Let's decrease this delay. So instead of having this 2 seconds, let's make it 1 second so that we can see that loading indicator and it does not hold so long. Okay, fine. Next thing, let's do add some padding to this view more. So all pizzas page, and where is this label? It is here. So on this label or on this horizontal stack layout, we can simply have some padding of, let's say, 2. Save, and everything looks still fine. Cool. So this page is done. The only thing, I need one more functionality. When we are coming from this search, then this search box should automatically get focus. And when we are coming from view all, then we will not do anything. You remember, that's why we are having that from search flag here, from search. So if we are coming from search, then we'll do something like this. Okay, so for this, what we can do, first save all. We'll go to the code behind of this all pizzas page, and here we will override one method which is on appearing, and in on appearing we will check if all pizzas view model dot from search, if this is true. If we are coming from search, then we should focus this, and we already have the name for that control, right? That is search bar, and we can use search bar. What is the issue? That was search bar only, right? All pizzas, SAML, search bar, and search bar. Yeah, the name is search bar only. So search bar dot focus, like this. Let's rerun it. So now how it works, it should add this search bar, it should add the focus, but it does not directly. So the same thing I have seen so many times in my career when we worked on using JavaScript and jQuery on the web. So sometimes we need to have some slight delay basically. So in JavaScript we kept on using set timeout with maybe 100 milliseconds, 10 milliseconds, 0 milliseconds, like that. So if you see from search here, I came here, but this search for pizza, it does not have that focus, but this code ran for sure. So for this, what we can do, we can simply add a delay, task.delay of, let's say, 100 milliseconds only. And now if we run it, then it should have focus when we are coming from search, of course. Okay, it's coming. It's here. Get started. Search here. And now you can see search for pizza, and focus is already there. We can remove it. Searching, everything is fine. We can go back. When we'll come from view all, then it will not have focus. Cool. Okay, let's check it on Android if we need to make any UI changes. Minimize this and maximize this. App is coming. Okay, get started. Looks fine. From search we moved and we can see the focus is there. Remove, view all, and now this is not focused automatically, right? Let's try the search functionality. One, enter, it is searching and we can see the items now. We can close, searching, and then we can see the complete data. So everything is working on this page as well, but the only thing we need to change, we will change this status bar color to our golden, this dark golden rod color. So for this, let's go to the app shell. We'll set it for entire app. App shell. Here what we'll do, we'll use the namespace from community toolkit. So we can have this toolkit namespace like this, and then in here we'll say shell dot shell dot behaviors, and in here we'll say status bar behavior, and then we'll say status bar color. This is going to be dark golden rod color, and on this we can set the status bar style as well. We can say dark content or light content. In this we'll show the light content like this, because white looks good on this. Yet if we change it to dark, that also looks fine, but we are using white for the header, so we can use the light content only. Light content like this. Save everything, and now we are good. Let's rerun it so that we can see it from start. Okay, it is coming, and status bar is in the same color. Get started, fine. Search is working, searching. We don't have anything, and this is also a problem. Sometimes collection views empty view does not work sometimes for me. If this is same for you, do let me know in the comment. On Android basically, but on iPhone it works always. Let's go to iPhone, run, and it is here. Let's see this time. It should work same. Now next thing what will work, we'll work on the detail page. Okay, app is here. Get started. Search. We are here. It is fine. Go back, and everything looks fine now. Cool. Now let's work on the detail page. So for that, first we'll create a new page here in pages folder. New file, .NET MAUI content page, and here we'll say detail page. Okay, and then we'll add a view model for this in our view models folder. Add new class, details view model like this. Create, and let's first register these in our MAUI program. So we'll go to MAUI program. Here we'll simply copy the same thing we did for all pizzas page, and we'll do details page, and the view model is going to be detail page details view model, and the route is going to be details details page. Fine. And this details view model, now details view model, this needs to be a subclass of observable object. So we'll do this partial details view model observable object, and we should be good now. Save everything, MAUI program, and we are good. Cool. Now we can move to this detail page from our all pizza page and from home page, from both these pages. So what we'll do, we'll add command here in both of these view models. We can have a base view model as well where we will have this command, but for now I'm using separate only. So it's up to you how you are envisioning it, how you are implementing it basically. Cool. Here we'll say private async task, go to details page, and it will not accept any parameter. There is no point of passing any parameter. We can simply copy this, paste this. We'll change all pages to detail page here, animate true, and we are not passing any. Oh no, we need to pass one parameter. The pizza, when we are clicking on any pizza, then we need to pass that pizza to the next page. So let's copy this whole thing, remove this like this, have it like this, and in here first we'll change it to detail page, and now we'll modify the parameter. And in order to modify this parameter, first we need to have something in a details view model, and that something is going to be private pizza underscore pizza, and this will be an observable property because this will be changed when we are coming from its parent page. On this we'll say query property name of pizza, and then second parameter as name of pizza only. Save, go back, and here we'll say detail page view model dot pizza, and go to details page. Now it will expect one parameter which is going to be this pizza, and we'll set this pizza here, and now we are passing it to the detail page. We'll use relay command because we are using this as a command. Save. Let's copy the same thing and paste it in our all page view model, all pizza page view model, like this. Save, and we should be good now. Let's use this command. First save everything. Now first let's go to the home page. Where is our home page? I don't know where is it. All pizza pages here, so let's use this one. All pizza page. Where is our collection view? Item template. This is our collection view. Fine. From this collection view, what we'll do, we have this view more button. View more, where is this? This border which we are using as a button, it has this view more. So what we'll do here, we'll say border dot gesture recognizers, tab gesture recognizer, and on this we'll use our command. And now we have a situation. The situation is this command, the binding context for this item is this single pizza item because this is an item of this collection view. But we need to access the parents view model. So for this, what we'll do, we'll change the source. We'll use a relative source. So relative source means it is not going to use the direct resource, the source for this binding. It will use relative source. Then we'll say what relative source. We are saying that check for ancestor type, and the type is going to be our, what is that, all pizza view model, right? X type, and that is going to be all pizza view model. So we are saying that binding, you should check its ancestors until you found the type all pizza view model, which is the binding context for this particular page. From here we say that get the path. The path is going to be the name of our event. which is go to details page command like this, and it also expects a parameter, so we'll set the command parameter, and this we can set this complete binding, this complete item. So binding dot means this complete item, this complete binding context for this particular item, which is this pizza. Cool. We can simply copy this thing and use it on our home page. So let's go to our home page. On home page we have this view more button, right? So okay, we can have direct command here, but let's do one thing. Let's add this on this border level as well, and then have these commands on this button as well, like this. So let's rerun the app to check if this is working. This is an iPhone, right? Okay, let me pull up the iPhone. Okay, it will not work, it will give error because we registered the view model, right? It should work. Yeah, it should work. Get started, and if we tap on this, nothing is happening. And why so? Okay, I know what is happening here, why it is not working on this home page. If you know, do let me know in the comments if you know why it is not working here, but it will work on view all page. So we are on this page, and from here it should work. It is working. Back page is not working, we'll see it. Okay, so this error, what is it? Okay, we'll check it in a bit, but first let's fix that. Why is it not working from the home page? Okay, so this is not working from home page. The reason being we copied the same command which is navigating traversing upward to find all pizza view model type, but for home page we have home view model, so it will not find that, it will not trigger this command. Okay, so we will change the type here with this at both the places. Okay, this is that error which came right now. Okay, and all pizza view model like this, we saved everything. Fine, let's run it again. This time it should work from the home page as well. Okay, app is here, get started, and now we can tap on it. It is moving to detail page, and on view more also it is going to detail page, so this thing is working fine. Cool. Okay, now on this detail page, if you remember, we had some different design. First thing, on this page we don't need this title bar, and we'll have our own back button here. Can I show you? Let me show you. This is the app, right? This thing, you see, we don't have title bar, we don't have that the okay, that I can show you on Android. We don't have the status bar on this, and then we have this custom back button on this page, right? So we need to work on this page. Cool, let's start working. Run, and let's open this details page so that we can see the design in real time. This details page. Okay, but before running it, let's add the view model here. So private read only details view model details view model, copy, paste, and then use this underscore to this thing and rename this to underscore. Fine. And here we'll set binding context of this page to this underscore details view model. Cool. And on this page, let's copy the namespaces because we are going to use all these namespaces again. Toolkit, view model, and model. Detail page. We are here. Save everything. On this, we don't need this detail. And let's set the data type for this page. Data type. This is going to be details view model. And okay, let's rerun it. Now we'll design this page. Now we have our view model setup. It's here. Let's try get started. Detail page. Okay, we removed that. Now we don't need this nav bar, so we'll do shell dot nav bar is visible false like this. Now it's gone, but we can see this color. This is because of status bar color, so we will remove this. We'll set it to white color only. So on this we'll say content page dot behavior, content page dot behaviors, and we'll set the status bar behavior, and the status bar color we'll set it white, and with status bar style on white we'll show dark content. Fine, this looks fine. Yeah, now we have a problem which we'll fix later, and the problem is, okay, now we cannot move back. So first let's add a functionality to move user back. For that, or maybe let's start working on this. We'll eventually do this as we are working on this page only. Okay, so first thing, we'll have a grid here, and on that grid, why grid? Because we'll have some overlay content at the bottom which will display that view card button and plus minus buttons, and yeah, all those buttons it will display. So we'll remove this vertical stack layout, and we'll have a grid here without any row column because we need it to be on stack on the top, so we should be good. And in here we'll have one scroll view which will have the complete data for this details page. So on this scroll view, let's have a padding of 15, and inside this what we'll have a vertical stack layout with spacing, let's have 15 only. And in here we'll have, first we'll have our image, and the source we can get it from binding. We have this pizza.image like this, and we can see this image now. Fine, let's design this. So we'll have height request of 200 and width request of 200. Okay, then horizontally and vertically we'll center it. Fine. After image we'll have a label with text binding pizza dot name, right, like this, and we can see this. Let's make it bigger and bold and move it to the center. So font size 20, font attributes bold, horizontal options at center. Fine. After this we will have that price and rating. So for that we can get that grid from maybe list page, all pizzas page. Let's copy that thing Where's that grid? This one. This grid. Copy this. Detail page. After this, we'll paste this. We can see 4-star, but where is our main text content? Okay, first let me set this. Horizontal stack layout. Move this to the right. Fine. Move this to the left. Fine. And in VS for Mac, when I press enter or this, it adds this one extra line. So if you know, is there any setting for VS for Mac so that I can get rid of these extra lines? So do let me know in the comments. So if you are following me from my initial days, I did not had Mac. I have never worked on Mac in my entire life actually. I recently got this Mac. Recently means maybe 3-4 months back, and I recently started working on it, so I'm not much familiar with Mac and all these toolings. Okay, so instead of price, it should be pizza.price. That is the only change we need to make, and now we can see this thing. Cool. Now we can simply add other styles. So for price, we have font attribute bold, but we will have font size as a bigger font size basically. So 20 here, we will have this, or maybe let's have 18. Okay, fine. After this, let's add a description. After this, let me first collapse this grid. Okay, after this we'll have one heading here. So label, text, description, like this. We'll use font size of, let's say, 15 for this, and font attributes as bold, like this. Okay, and now on this one, let's add some margin so that we can have some more margin. From left right we'll have 0, but from top and bottom let's have 10. Fine. After this we'll have the actual description. For this we'll use font size 14. We are going to use this default size. Then we'll have some text, and we are not having this description as a part of our pizza model. So for now what I'll simply have some random text. This is some random description for this pizza, so that we can display this on the pizza details page to check or to design the UI. Okay, and let me copy this again like this, and let's copy it again 3 times or maybe 4 times. Fine. Now after this text we can have the line height as well, so that it will have some spacing between these lines. Let's have it somewhat like 1.5, and we are good. Cool, so it looks fine. Okay, after this we need to have that bottom part. So for that, what we'll do, after this scroll view, we will have that section. So that is going to be border with stroke thickness 0 and stroke shape. For now, okay, we'll have different stroke shapes, different on Android and iPhone. So for now, let's leave it like this. We'll add it after some time. So background color, dark goldenrod. Let's have it like this only for now. It is uh, filling to the complete screen. Now it has this, if you can see clearly, it has some white line from left right. So we can use -1 margin. So it fills everything. After that, we'll move it to the vertical options as end, and we are good with vertical options. Now we'll set a fixed height of 150 like this, and we'll have some padding, let's say 15. Okay, we are good now. Now if you see, we have this white section at the bottom of the screen. Right, let me stop it and let me show it on the Android. On Android it looks fine, but on this iPhone it does not look that good. That looks odd actually. Let me pull up the Android emulator. Okay, get started, go to the detail page. So on this it looks fine from the bottom. Okay, and on this section we will we'll not do anything, or let's have rounded this top rounded, what we call it, rounded corners basically. So for that, let's have this, we'll say stroke shape round rectangle of something like 30, but it is using 30 for all four corners. But what we need to have this from this top left and top right. So for that, what we can do, we can use, this is top left, this is top right, bottom left, bottom right. So bottom left, bottom right, we'll use 0 0, and top left, top right, we'll use 30. So this is like this. It is looking good now. Cool. Save everything, stop, and let's go to iPhone. Run. Minimize this, and let's see on iPhone. We are here. Get started. Detail page, and now we are here as well, right? We can see this. Now what we need to move this box to the very bottom. Now the problem is, this works fine on Android. We need to have this, we have this problem on iPhone. This is not a problem, this is because this is using that safe area. So in order to move it to the bottom, we need to get the height of this what we say, this current screen basically. So for that, what we can do, we can go to its code behind, and from code behind we will access it, and we'll set the margin bottom programmatically. In order to access this border, we'll add one name to this. So we'll say x name, and let's say bottom box, something like this. Save, and now on details view mod, not details view model, on details page.xaml.cs, here on appearing we'll override on appearing, and here we are going to access the margin, the safe area basically. So for that, what we can do, we will check bottom, and we'll get it from UI application, and now UI application is iOS specific. So for that, what we can do, this comes from UI kit. So UI kit.ui application, we can have, okay, let's do one thing, change this target to this net 7. Now we can see UI kit, UI application, shared application, and from this, let me make it smaller. Shared application dot delegate dot get window, and get window we cannot have it because it comes from UI kit, so we need to add this here. So we'll say using UI kit, remove this. Okay, get window is a method now, and on get window we can access the safe area insets. This is a property, and on this we have bottom, left, right, all these things. So we can access this bottom property from here. So this will give us this height, which is this white section at the bottom of this screen. Now we can use this bottom to set the bottom margin for our bottom box. So we can have our bottom box dot margin. We'll set this margin is of type thickness, and in thickness we can set left, right, top and bottom. And you remember, if you remember, we had this margin of -1, so we'll use all three sides, left, top, right, as -1, and the bottom as the value which we just got. So we'll say -1, and for top there is no point of having -1. Top, sorry, left, top, right, and then we came to bottom, and this bottom we need to have it as bottom +1, and we'll negate this, so we can use multiplied by -1 like this. Save it. Now if we run it, there is one problem which I'll show you in a bit, but for now let's run it and let's see if it moves to the very bottom. Waiting for debugger to connect to iOS simulator. App is loading up. And this shows error on VS for Mac. It is not able to access the name controls, but on VS for Windows it works fine. Visual Studio for Windows. So you see this, now it moves to the very bottom. Now the problem which I was talking about, this thing, this using UI kit and this logic, UI application, shared application, all this belongs to iOS only. If I change this to Android and I try to run on Android, then you will see these errors. So what we need to do, we need to add some conditional compilation here. So we'll say if iOS, then add this using, and if, and the same thing we'll do here. If this is iOS, then do get this bottom and set this margin, and if this is not iOS, then you don't need to do anything. Save, and we are good. There is no error. Let's try to run it on both. Okay, it's here. Get started, detail page, and this is working. Let's stop it and run it on Android on Pixel 5 Android. Okay, it is coming. Fine, get started, and we are on the detail page. Fine. Now there is one more thing I need to do. This rounded corner, this is fine on Android, but on iPhone I don't want these rounded corners on top. because we already have rounded corners on the bottom, so we'll use that only. I want to show you how we can use the different style for same control and for some of the property on different devices basically. So let me go here on the iPhone on detail page. Let me move it to detail page.xml. We have this stroke shape round rectangle directly here. We will modify this thing. Okay, this is here. Get started, and this is our detail page. On this we need to want to remove these rounded corners from here. Okay, so what we can do here, so this stroke shape, this was direct property. I will change this. I will use on platform. If this is Android, then only do this round rectangle and all these. If this is not Android, so for default or iOS, we'll use similar thing, but this time we'll use rounded rectangle with 0, or we can use rectangle also. Both are fine. So you see, now we don't have those rounded corners on the top, and if we stop it and run it in the Android, then it will look similar, same, basically same as before. Expected. Did I miss something? Yes, I missed something. This thing. Run. It is building, and app is coming. Get started, visa, and we can see these rounded corners. Fine. On this border, let's add some shadow as well. Border dot shadow, and we'll have shadow of type, let's say gold, and we'll use a radius of 100. So we can see this some light yellowish shadow here. Cool. Save everything. uh, Next thing, we'll work on this box, this bottom box and back button. Okay, so right now I'm going to take a break and I'll continue it after some time. Till the time, you can drop in the comments if you are liking this video or not. Okay. Okay, so first let's work on the back button. We will use our own custom back button. So for that, what I'm going to do, after this border, I'll have an image button, and the source I'm going to have this back. Let's see where it comes. It is here. After this, I'll set height and width for this. But before that, let me move it to the very top. So vertical option start and horizontal options start. Start like this. Start here. Okay, then let's add some padding or margin. 15. Okay, this is looking fine. Cool. And on clicking on this, or maybe let's change the color of this as well. So we'll use image button dot behaviors, icon tint color behavior, and we'll set tint color to dark goldenrod like this. And this is fine. Okay, cool. Now let's uh, work on the functionality. So we can use its clicked event handler. So let's go to this clicked details page. We are here, async void this thing, and here what we'll do await shell dot current dot go to async, and we want to go one page back. So for that we can use double dot, save everything, and let me rerun it. Okay, it's here. Get started. Go to detail page and click on it. We came back. So there is one issue. If you see right now, we don't have that status bar in our dark golden rod color. This is because when we came to this page, we override that. Now it is white, and when we go back, so it is still white. So we need to somehow re-trigger it. That re-trigger the status bar color. That we'll do in a bit. But on this, let's see it on the uh, iPhone. iPhone, run. App is here. Get started. Detail page, and we can go back. And the status bar color white is still there, so we need to fix this. But before that, functionality is working. Okay, but let's add animate to true, and then on iPhone this image looks fine, but for Android, let me change the image. Let me use, I want to show you something else. So for that, what we can do, detail page, we have one more image, right? That is the right arrow. Where is that? Yes, search all. This right arrow, right? We will use this right arrow on Android to show the back button. So for that, what we can do, we now need to have two different images as per the environment platform it is running on. So in this source, what we can do, we can simply add on platform, and if it is Android, we will use right arrow image, and if it's not Android, so for default we'll use the image we were already using, this back. Now there is one issue, let me show you, but before that let me run. So on iPhone this is fine, let me rerun it. It turned to that black color, right? So let's see first on iPhone, then I'll go to the Android. Okay, app is coming, and till the time app is loading, can you think of a solution for that tint, this status bar color fix? So right now we have status bar color as dark golden rod. Here also we have the same color. On detail page it is white, and when we come back from this detail page it is white. It should have been the dark golden rod only. So we need to fix it. We need to somehow re-trigger it. So can you think of a solution? If you can think, please pause the video and drop a comment, and then continue, so that you can see that how I made it working. Fine. This is on iPhone. Now let's go to Android. We need to fix this right arrow, right? When we say go back, it should be left arrow, not right arrow, but we don't have left arrow image, we only have right arrow image. So we'll do something. So right now we can see this is right arrow image. We need to move it to the left side. It should be rotated to the left side. So for that, what we can do, we can simply have rotation Y, and again if we add directly here for this rotation Y, we can say rotate it to 180-degree. This is fine. But now it will not work on iPhone also. It will, the image will be rotated and that will point to the right side. That is not what we want. So for this, what we can do, on rotation we can use the same on platform. If it is Android, we'll use 180. If it is default means other than Android, any platform. In our case, that's iOS only. We could have set iOS also. We can set 0. Save everything. Let's rerun on this Android, then we'll go back to iPhone. Okay, it is coming on Android. Continue. Go to the page and we can see this and functionality is working. Let's stop this. iPhone, run. Okay, get started and go, and we can see the same image here. The image is different and the rotation is also fine. So this is working. Cool. So first let's work on this section, or maybe let's fix this status bar color thing. So for this, what we can do, we are setting this white color only on this page, and for all other pages we need to have the dark goldenrod color. So what we can do, when we are on this page, details view, details page here, we can override a method, override on navigated from or navigating from. Let's use navigating from. So we have these three methods here. On navigated to, it gets executed when we came to this page, right? We navigated to this current page. Navigating from, when we are navigating from this page to some other page, either this is next page in the hierarchy stack or maybe back page, any one page. And navigated from, when that navigation is completed, then this navigated from is going to execute. So we need navigating from. When we start navigating from this page to other page, then we'll do something. That something is going to be, we will manually set behaviors dot add. We'll add a behavior, that is status bar behavior, status bar behavior, and this will come from the community toolkit. So community toolkit dot maui dot behaviors dot status bar behavior, like this. And in status bar behavior, this is the same model which we have here. So this status bar behavior, this is the same class. We are setting status bar color and status bar style. So we'll do same thing here. So status bar color, we know we need to have colors dot dark goldenrod color. We can check it on our app shell. This is the global dark goldenrod, and status bar style is light content. So status bar color is this, and status bar style, we'll use it as status bar style as dark content. No, not default, dark content, and we are good. Save and let's rerun. We'll verify it. So now when we are coming to this page, then this XAML part, this is going to execute and it will change the text to white. And then when we will navigate away from this page, then this will execute and this will set it back to the dark goldenrod. Get started. Okay, go back, and now you see we have the actual color, which is fine. Let's try it from the view all page as well. View all, view more, go back. We have some error, we'll fix it. Okay, we had that error. Okay, we'll fix it after some time. Now let's go to Android and let's check this behavior on Android. App is here. Get started, detail page, and we can see this white. Coming back, we can see this color, right? Okay, it should be light content, not dark content, right? Here we had light content, so here we should have light content like this. Save. Okay, so this thing is working. Now let's work on this section, this bottom section, where we are going to have the total count and the not total count, that view card button and that plus and minus buttons. Okay, so we are on detail page.xml. In here we will have our border, which is this one. We added a shadow, and after shadow we'll start working on the main content. In this we'll have a grid with 2 rows, row definition, let's say auto and auto, and 2 columns, column definitions, 50-50%. Fine. In this, first we'll have a label for the first row, which is grid.row0, and first column, which is grid.column0, and the text we will display here. This will be the total amount. This amount is the amount of item quantity we have added to the cart. So on this we can use string format, then we'll simply have $0 and 2 like this, and we should see $0. Fine. Now let's add some styling. So we'll say font size 20, text color we'll use white color. Okay, font attributes we'll use bold. Okay, horizontal options start, which is default. Vertical options we'll use center. If we add second item, then it should be in center, aligned vertically. Okay, after this, the next part, for plus minus and current cart quantity, we'll use a grid here, grid, and then grid dot row. This is this parent grid, so we are saying that row 0 and grid dot column 1. In the first column of parent grid we are adding this, and now here we'll have column definition, so it will be only one row with 3 columns, minus, then the cart quantity, and then plus. Before that, let's use fixed width 50-40-50. 50-50 are for buttons, plus and minus, and this 40 is for the text 0 1 2 3, the cart quantity basically. And then horizontal options we'll set end to move it to the very right of the screen, and then vertical options center, so that it should be aligned with the label, this amount. Okay, and in here we'll start working. So first we'll have an image button, which will be grid.column0, the first one. The source, this is going to be, I have these decrement and increment buttons, the images basically. Okay, and then we can set the height and width. Height request 40, width request 40. Okay, let's see how it looks first. We can see this is fine. Okay, and then let's have a padding 0. We don't need anything extra on this one. Then vertical options, it should be in center, and we are good. We just need to change the color, so we'll use eye content color behavior that we'll use in a bit. And now what we'll do, okay, let's first add that as well. So image button dot behaviors, eye content color behavior, tint color, let's use a lighter color, gold color. Okay, and then we need the same thing for the plus button. And now I realized we are duplicating so much styles, but we have not used uh, the resource dictionary and that approach. We should have used that in this complete project. I missed this, so you can try it out. For this, let me create content page dot resources, resource dictionary, and here I'm going to have a style with key as, let's say, quantity button. Target type is going to be image button, and in this we'll use setters. So the property, we know we have height, the value is 40, and let me change the font size. So right now this is, what is it? Text editor regular 12. What if I made it 11 or 10? Oh, I don't know if you will be able to see it. Let's stick to 11. Okay, style setter value this, and then let me copy this. We'll use the same thing for width request, and then let me copy it a couple of more times. Apart from this, we have vertical options and padding, right? So we'll use vertical options as center and padding as 0. Remove this, and let's use this quantity button to both of the buttons. Image button, this one. So we'll have source, and after that we'll set style, static resource, quantity button, like this. And then we can simply copy this, paste it here, copy, paste, and change the column to 2 and this to increment, like this. Cool. We have these two buttons now. Now we have one more section, the center section. This is for displaying the current cart quantity for this particular item. Okay, so for this, let me add a label in between. Label and grade dot column is going to be 1, the center column, and the text would come from binding pizza dot cart quantity, like this. Right now it is 0. Fine. After that, let's first have the text color as white, vertical options as center, horizontal options as center, and then increase the font size somewhat 20, 25. Okay, 25 is fine. So I think this thing is fine. Now let's create that button, that view cart button. So that, let me minimize this, grid.row definitions auto. So this This was first row only. Now we'll work on the second row. Here we'll say button and we'll use grid dot row 1, and for column we will span this row to this button to take the complete space, both the columns. So we can set grid dot column span 2, and then we'll have a text which will be view cart. Let's see how it looks like this. Now we'll add other things to this button. First, the background color. Background color, we'll use golden rod color. Okay, then we'll use horizontal options at center. Okay, then we'll use corner radius as 22. Okay, text color is white, which is fine. And then let's have some padding, and from left and right we'll have a very large padding, 50, 10. This is fine, or maybe we can increase this, let's say 80. Okay, fine. Then we'll have margin from the top. If we'll use vertical options as hand, would it go down? No, it is not. Okay, so for margin we'll use 0 from left and let's say 20 from top and bottom. It looks fine. Okay, we can leave it like this only. Right now nothing is happening because we have not implemented the event handlers or comments for these buttons, but overall this looks fine. Cool. Now let's work on these plus and minus buttons. So for these, now we have to think about where we are. No, first let's work on these only. So for this, we have a details view model. In our details view model, we will have commands for both of these, for increasing and decreasing the cart quantity. Okay, so for this we can say private void, and let's say add to cart, and add to cart we will expect quantity which is by default 1. We are using 1 and 1, so maybe we can remove this parameter. We don't need this parameter, right? Because increasing and decreasing we are using 1 1 only, and we are here, we already have this pizza. So what we can do, we can set pizza dot cart quantity plus plus like this. We are increasing the cart quantity. Okay, then let me copy this one more time, and this time we'll say remove from cart. Remove from cart, and removing this decreasing is also 1 by 1. So we can omit that parameter and we can simply say pizza dot cart quantity minus minus, and at this time we will simply check one condition. So we'll say pizza dot cart quantity, if this is greater than 0, then only we'll do this, because we don't want this to show negative values. Okay, and on both of these we'll use relay command attribute. So save. Now we can use this add to cart and remove from cart commands on our page. First let me save all. So now we are here, detail page, and these are our buttons, not this view card, this grid, these image buttons. Fine. So on this image we can say command, and this command we'll get it from binding, and we can have add to cart command, and the same thing we can copy for the next. No, this should be remove from cart, right? Remove from cart command, remove from cart command. And the second one for increment, this is going to be add to cart command. And why is it not picking up? Details view model, details view model, add to cart, remove from cart, everything is fine. Okay, somehow sometimes it's just not picks up the changes, but we are good. Add to cart, remove from cart, we can simply rerun the app. Okay, get started. Detail page, and now we can see this thing is working, and you see this price amount, this is also working, right? So after 0 nothing is happening because we have that check. We will not let it go to the negative value. So this is working fine. 3 items. Let's check one more pizza. This time let's have 2 items of this. Go back, and if we come back we can see the 3 items here, and from here we can see the 2 items. So this thing is working. We can add the items to the cart. Now this view cart button, we will navigate user to the view cart page, which we do not have right now, but we should restrict the user. I'm going to show you other functionalities as well, what other features what we can use. So if we have this quantity 0, then when we are clicking on this view cart, nothing should happen. It should indicate that you need to add items to the cart. So for this we are going to work on toast messages. Okay, so on this view cart button, we have this view cart button somewhere here, this one, yes. So we don't need to go to command, and if you want we can go to command as well. Okay, let's go to command only. Let's create a command. Here what we'll do, we'll create one more method, private async task, and we'll say view cart, just view cart only. Let's have this here. First thing we will check if this pizza dot cart quantity, if this is 0, then we'll go to the cart page, and if that's not the case, we will display a toast message here. For this we are going to use community toolkit, which gives us community toolkit MAUI, which gives us toast and snack bars. So here we'll use toast, which will come from community toolkit.maui. So let's do one thing, toast, and we'll use community toolkit MAUI alerts. Let's cut this and add this to the global usings. Global usings, this is here, global using, save, go back on this page. Now we can have this toast. So on this toast we have a static method toast.make, and in this make, if you see, we can pass the message. The message we'll use will say simply, please select the quantity using the plus button, plus the plus button, like this. And then we can pass the second parameter, which is the duration, how long we want this toast to be on the screen. So for that we can use this toast duration, this enum, long and short. So we are going to use a short, very short span of time. And let's do one thing, let's add this also to the global usings. global usings, global and using, and then paste. Community toolkit MAUI core. Save everything. Go to the page where we were here. Yeah. Dot short. Now we have this iToast instance. On this, we can simply call the show method, but we are not doing anything, so we can directly show from here only. And this is an awaitable method, so we'll await it like this. View card, then we'll have relay command, and then now we can use this command on our detail page. So we have this view card. Here we'll set command binding view card command like this, and we are good. Let's try it out. Rerun the app in Android, then we'll check in iOS. It's here. Get started. Go to this page. If we press view card, please select the quantity using the plus button. We can see this toast, right? So this, I think this short is for 3 seconds. We can modify this to maybe 1 second, that we can try. And if we do this, then we are not going to see that message, that toast message, because now we have the quantity 0, and now we'll be able to see this message. Okay, let's try it on iPhone. Run. We are on iPhone now. Get started. Go to the detail page. If we click on view card, please select the quantity using the plus button. This is the native toast message. And if we click on these plus buttons, then nothing will happen. It should go to the next cart page, which will implement after this. And then we can simply decrease the quantity as well, and we can see this amount is also getting modified in the real time. Back, let's open some other plus minus. So things are working as expected. Cool. Now next thing, we'll work on the view cart functionality, the cart page basically. Okay, so now we'll work on view cart, that cart page functionality. So for that, first let's add a new page, new file in pages, .NET MAUI content page. We'll say cart page, and then we'll create a view model for this. So let's go to view models, add a new class file, and let's say cart view model. And in this cart view model, what we are going to have, first we need to have a list of pizza items which are in the cart. So for this, we'll have an observable object, observable collection of type pizza, and we can call it, let's say, items only, cart items basically. And apart from this, we will have one observable property for the total cart amount. So let's call it total amount. So underscore total amount, and this will be an observable property, and for this we need to make it as observable object. So partial and observable object like this. Cool. So we have these things now. Now we'll have couple of commands in this cart view model. So first one, we will have private void. So it will be when we are adding the item to the cart at that time. So here, let's say, let's call it update cart item. We'll pass the complete pizza object from the detail page. And now in here, first we will check var item equals, if this already exists in our collection, items dot first or default, if I dot name, because we are using names, we don't have ID. But ideally in real world scenario you will have some ID and you will check this condition on the basis of that ID. So pizza dot name, I am using name only. Now if we have this item, if item is not null, then do something, and if it is null, then do something else. And that something is, if we already have this item in the cart, so we can simply update the cart quantity. This item, this is from cart view model, we can update this from the pizza cart quantity, pizza dot cart quantity, which will come from the detail page. If that's not the case, we are going to add this item to the cart. So what we'll do, we'll say items dot add now this pizza, and now we cannot have this. We can if we want, but that is not what we want. You remember in our pizza class we created a clone method. If you remember, go to implementation, this one, we created this clone method. We created this so that we can use it in this cart view model. So we want this to act as different because we'll perform some other operations on this. So we'll have a copy of this pizza and that copy we'll add in this update cart. So these items, this will have pizza items, but these will be copied items from the original list which we have in all pizza service all list basically. Cool. So we added this, and after this we need to trigger this total amount calculation, right? Because we are modifying these items and from here we cannot trigger this. So for this we will have a separate method here, helper method. So we'll say recalculate total amount. By the way, I am having an ongoing series in which I am creating an e-commerce grocery app using .NET MAUI. So that is complete full stack. We are using EF Core API, minimal API, and this .NET MAUI XAML, and we'll use SQLite as well in that. So this functionality, this recalculate total item, and then not total item, recalculate total amount here. And this functionality I have implemented in that as well. I explained in detail, so I would recommend you to check out that video. I'm going to drop the link in the description box, so please check out that complete series. Okay, in here what we'll do, we will simply say the total amount equals items dot sum. So we'll simply sum up all the amounts we have like this. Then we'll call this method from here like this, and let's have default value for this new. Fine, update cart item is done. Let's add relay command to this. Then we'll have one for removing the cart item. So private void remove cart item. So we have removing cart item functionality on the cart page basically. So here we can have simple name only. We don't need to pass the complete pizza object here. So here also first line would be same or this same. So we'll check like this if this name exists in our items collection. If it exists, item is not null, then we'll simply remove this item from our items observable collection. Items dot remove this item like this. Okay, and after this as well we'll recalculate the total amount like this, and let's add relay command to this as well. Cool. Then if you remember, we have one more functionality which is clear cart functionality. So we can clear everything from the cart. So for this, let's create a command method here, private void, we'll say clear cart. We don't need any parameter for this because we'll simply clear everything whatever is in the cart. Now clearing cart, this is a destructive action. First let's do this item dot clear like this. After this again we'll recalculate total amount, which will be 0 in this case, so we are good. But this is a destructive action, so we should have some confirmation logic. So for this, what I'm going to do, first I will ask for user for the confirmation. So we'll say await shell dot current dot display alert, and in this we'll use title, which will use confirm cart or confirm clear cart. Then message, so we can ask, do you really want to clear the cart items, like this. And then we can have buttons, two buttons, accept and cancel. So accept button is going to be yes and cancel button no. So this returns boolean value. If we press yes, then it will return true, and if we press no, then it will return false. So we can directly wrap this inside an if condition, if statement like this. So if user pressed yes, then only we'll clear this. Did we miss something? Yeah. We'll recalculate the amount, and after that we can have some toast message saying that card cleared successfully, something like that. So we can do the same thing. So we'll say toast dot make, and here we'll say the message card cleared, and the duration same short dot show, and we should be good now. Let's add the relay command here as well. Fine, so everything looks great. Sync void, what is the issue? Cool. Now we will have a place order button on this page. So let's have one more command here. Here we'll say private async task, and then we'll say private async, this should be task, place order, like this. And when we are placing the order, first thing we'll do, we'll clear the cart items, because now we don't have any cart items because we ordered them. So we can copy these two lines. After that we'll recalculate the amount, which will be 0 in this case. And after doing this, we can navigate to a page which will be, let's say, a checkout page, which we don't have right now, so we'll work on that later. Go to checkout page, and this again is going to be in relay command. Save. So everything looks fine now. Place order, this. Now if you remember, we have, or maybe I can show you, then we'll work on that thing. For now we have cart page and cart view model. In the cart page, let me inject this. So we'll say private read only cart view model like this. Then we'll have it here underscore. Then inside this we'll say underscore cart view model equals cart view model, and then we'll set the binding context for this page, which will be this cart view model only. Cool, we can save everything, and then cancel. Okay, then we'll register this. So let's go to MAUI program, and we can simply duplicate this line. We'll register this cart page. The view model is going to be cart view model, and the route is going to be name of cart page like this. So we are good now. Now on this cart page, from where we can go to this cart page, that is this details view model. We see in the view cart command we have go to the cart page. So here we'll say await not task, await shell dot current dot go to async, and in here we can pass the cart page with animate true, and now we should be good. Let's save everything, save all, and let's run it on our iPhone simulator. Now we'll navigate to the cart page and we'll start designing the cart page. Where is it? Okay, it's here. Get started. Okay, go to detail page. We added some items and now we are on cart page. Go back, and again we have some issue. Let's see what the issue is. From cart page, if we are going back, it is saying UI application. Let's say where is the application output. Let's continue first. It will stop, then we'll check application output. Okay, ambiguous route matched, ambiguous route matched, home page slash home page slash home page detail page matches, home page detail page, and home page detail page parameter URI. What is it? System.argument exception. Did we made some mistake? Go to MAUI program. In MAUI program we have this home page here. For this we have home page, for this we have all pizza page, for this we have detail page, for this we have cart page. Okay, so this is everything looks fine here. What is the issue then? Home page. Here also we have home page, right? Let's comment this out, rerun. Maybe it is ambiguous because we are registering it 2 times. We added this because we are facing some issue, right? I forgot. Let's see. App is loading. Okay, get started. And we got the issue again, and this time what is it? Oh, because we are facing this issue, that's why we registered it there. Stop application output. Unhandled managed exception. Global routes currently cannot be the only page on the stack, so absolute routing to global route is not supported. For now, just navigate to home page. Okay, let me check, let me figure out what the issue is. This is the error again. So it is ambiguous route. So what I think, these routes are same, that's why it is throwing that ambiguous route. So one thing which I can think of, let's try that out. So in Maui program, first in app shell we need to have it because this is the global route which do not, when we say global route, which does not have that back button, so it can be the parent of all the stack, something like that. So we need to have it like this here. So we have registered it. When we say route on the shell content, this is home page, it is getting registered as route. But in Maui program, we have again registered it at singleton with shell route, home page, home view model, name of home page. So here also it is going to register it. So there are two routes with the same route, that is slash home page. So maybe that's the issue. Let's try it out. So what we can do, we will not register it like this. We'll simply say services dot add singleton and we'll add home page and then we'll add singleton home view model. We'll not register the route that is already registered. Save and run. Some build error. Oh yes, where is that page? Program.cs, this thing. Let's remove this and try it out. Hopefully it will work this time. Fingers crossed. It is coming up. Get started, detail page, cart page, and go back. This is working fine. Okay, fine. So this was the issue which is fixed now. Let's start working on our cart page. So to work on that, first let's add couple of items. So pizza 3 I added. Let's add pizza 6 also I added. Pizza 2, let's add 1 unit. Go back. Pizza 4, let's add 5 units. Pizza 1, let's add 2 units. Then view cart. Now let's start designing this page. Okay, so we already have the view model set up in this cart page view model. This cart view model, we already have this setup here. What is it? Okay, on this cart page, first let's add all the namespaces which we are going to use. So these are almost same on all the pages. I don't know if we can somehow globally register all these namespaces like we use global usings. Is there any way we can do this? I don't know if there is any way, but do let me know in the comment if you know something. Copy, add these here, and on this cart page we can have simple cart or view cart or my cart. Cart is fine. Okay, now let's set the data type for this page. X data type, this will be cart view model, like this. Cool. After this, let's remove this vertical stack layout altogether. We will not need this. We will have a grid, main grid. So first with one row one column we'll use that stack layout. So on that grid, first we'll have the list of all items, then we'll have some box over here which will display the total amount and place order button. That's so we'll have a grid, and in that grid first item we'll have a scroll view. So if you remember, I already mentioned that the collection view on iPhone does not work if it is the direct child, so it is not able to figure out the dimensions of the screen and it freaks out. Or maybe I can show you that, right? So let's start working from collection view only. So collection view, item source, binding, we will have items like this. Okay, and after this what we'll have, collection view dot item template, data template, x data type. This will be pizza, of course, this pizza, like this. And here first let's have label, binding, and we'll use name like this. It is not coming up. Let's restart the app. Okay, it's here. Get started, add items, back, add multiple items of this, and we cannot see anything. Why so? Oh, okay, because cart item, this cart view model, we never added the values to cart view model, right? So from detail page, or let's say from details view model, we need to add values to the cart view model. So in details view model, we will inject our cart view model, private read only cart view model underscore cart view model. We'll set it cart view model equals cart view model. And now, okay, maybe I messed up registrations as well, and at transient with shell route. So there is this issue. This cart view model, we need this as singleton. So services dot add singleton cart view model will have is it at singleton, but the page services dot add transient, we can have the cart page as transient like this. Now we can remove this line. We cannot have this line here basically. So now we have cart view model and cart page registered, but route is not registered, so we need to register that route. That we can do in app shell.xaml.cs file. So here we have routing dot register route. So this line, this should be for all the pages, but because we are using these helper methods from community toolkit MAUI, so add transient with shell route, add transient with shell route, this is doing this thing for us. So we can, if we go to its implementation definition, register shell route, first line is register shell route. If we go there, you can see routing.register route, routing.register route. So they are doing this only. This time we'll do this manually in our app shell.xaml.cs in here. Okay, so this first route, then route factory. So first the route, which will be name of cart page, then second is route factory, so the type of cart page, like this. We have registered it. Let's save everything, and from our details view model, where is it? Oh my god, where is it? Detail view model. Details view model, we need to uh, call that commands, execute those commands on cart view model. So from add to cart, we updated this. So we'll say cart view model dot add to cart command, add to cart command. Why is it not coming? Cart view model, cart view model, what it is saying? Okay, so that is update cart item command, update cart item command. It is not coming. IntelliSense is not working. It is working for some things but not working for a couple of things, but we are good. Cart view model dot update cart items command, and on this we can simply execute with the value which will be this pizza object in this case. Let me copy this line, go to here when we are removing the cart quantity. Then also we'll call the same thing because we are modifying the what we say, modifying the quantity. View cart is fine and everything looks fine, right? Okay, cool. Let's stop and rerun. Let's see if everything is working same. Okay, it's here. Get started here. And now again we cannot see this. What is the issue here? Okay, let's go to the cart view model and let's add some breakpoints here. Breakpoints. And now if we press this, it came here, right? Yes. Continue. Item is not null. We already have this item. Yeah. So in items, we have one item, which is this pizza. Let's add some other item. This pizza 3, 1. It came here. Item had one item. Let's continue. And if we add another item, now if we check, this item has two items now. So this thing is working, but somehow it is not showing on the UI. Did we miss something? Cart page, cart view model, binding items, item source, everything looks fine. Okay, let's do one thing. First, let's go to view cart page, continue. On this, after this collection view, we will have, let's say, a label where we'll display binding up total amount. Can we see this? No, right? On this collection view, let's set height request 100, width request 100. Collection view, item template, data template, everything looks fine. Then what is the issue here? Let's change this grid to vertical stack layout to check. Still nothing. Go back, add item, remove this breakpoint, continue, view cart, and nothing. What are we missing? Cart view model, cart view model. Oh, okay. This is the thing we were missing. We were using the wrong variables, so it should be like this. Oh man. Okay, stop and rerun. This should work now. Okay, app is here. Get started. Add items. Go back. Add more. Go back. Add more. Go back. I am confident it will work this time. Okay, view cart, and now we can see these items. Cool. Okay, let's go to cart page and let's undo last couple of changes like this. Fine. Remove this total amount and let's have it here only like this. Cool. In this data template, let's start designing these. So what we'll have first, we'll have a border here with stroke shape as round rectangle of 15. Stroke thickness, we don't need it. In this we are going to have a grid with 4-5 columns. So grid column definitions, first we'll have for that quantity, so let's have it as 20 width. Then we'll have that X sign, that 2 items. Then we'll have image of the pizza. After that we'll have the name of the pizza. Then we'll have amount, and after that we'll have the delete button, like this. So we'll have something like this. Fine. Now after this, first thing we know, we have label grade dot column 0, and the text we'll get it from binding, and this is going to be cart quantity, like this. We will set it in center, so vertically center and horizontally center. Let's see it. We cannot see anything. We should have seen, right? Save. Okay, after this let's add something, then we'll or maybe let's rerun it. Okay, it's here. Get started, add items, view cart, and we can see this too. After this label, let's add one more, have one more label, grid dot column 1, and in this the text will have this hard-coded X mark. Same vertical option center and horizontal option center, like this. Okay, after this we'll have one image, grade dot column 2. Source is going to be, source we'll get it from binding image, and then we'll set height and width on this one. So height 25 and width 25, like this. And same horizontally and vertically center, vertical option center, horizontal option center, like this. Okay, we can see this. After this we will have the the name of the pizza, right? So for that we can have vertical stack layout, grid dot column, this will be 0 1 2 3, this will be through 3, and here we'll set vertical options as center, and we'll have spacing of, let's say, 2. Here we'll have two things. First we'll have a label for our name, pizza name, and the second item we'll have a label for price. So text will be binding price with string format, $, 0 and 2, like this. Close this, like this. And after this vertical stack layout, we will have the delete button. So it will be in let's say we can have an image. Oh, no. After this name we will have amount of this pizza multiplied by this quantity, this one. So we'll have a label here. First label grid dot column, this will be 4, and the text is going to be binding amount, and same vertical and horizontal options as center, vertical and horizontal at center, like this. Okay, we can see this amount. Also we'll use the same string format dollar 0 and 2. After this we'll have one image which is grid dot column 5, and the source is going to be trash. I think trash. This image we already have. And height and width will set 25 25, height and width 25, and on this we'll set vertically center but horizontally to the end, like this. We can see this black uh, image, but we need this black image to be red. For this we will use behaviors. So image dot behaviors, icon tint color behavior, and tint color we need red, like this. Now this is in red color. Cool. Now first thing, let's change the background color of this page. So we'll have background color as light pale golden rod color. Okay. After this border, we need this border's color to white. So we'll say background color we'll set it white. Fine. On this border, then we'll add some padding of, let's say, 10. Padding 10 we are setting on this border. This should work, right? Okay, but this is not able to get it. Okay, let's restart the app first. We'll add multiple items, then we'll see how is it looking. Okay, get started. Add 2 items from this, 4 items from this, 1 from this, and let's add 2 from this. View cart. And now we can see these items. We need some spacing between these items. So for that, what we can do, collection view, item template, we will set collection view dot items layout, linear item layout, orientation vertical, and item spacing, let's say 10. Okay. Okay, cool. So this time this is working, but this does not work actually. For that, what I had to do multiple times, I had to wrap this collection view in vertical stack layout. Then that vertical stack layout, I need to wrap that in scroll view. So maybe there will be some case. So to be sure already, we can simply do that. So what we'll do, we inside this grid we'll have a scroll view. Inside that scroll view we'll have a vertical stack layout with some padding of, let's say, 10, and then we'll have this collection view. Cut and add. Maybe it will freak out when we add that the second section of this grid. Okay, so after this scroll view, the second part, this is fine, right? The UI is okay. Or maybe we can add some more styling to these labels. We can increase the font sizes of these labels. So for the cart quantity, first one, let's have a font size as 18, and font attributes bold. For this second X, let's do the same thing. Again, we can have these as styles. Okay, after this is a bit bigger. This price, let's make it smaller. This price, we'll set font size as 12. Okay, and then this 18, the total amount. This one, where is amount? This one, let's have a font size of 15 and font attributes as bold, like this. Okay, cool. Now let's work on the bottom section. So for this, inside this grid, the main grid, the main parent grid, this, we'll add a border here, border of stroke shape. We'll have round rectangle of let's say 40. Background color, we'll have dark golden rod. Background color, dark golden rod. Stroke thickness, we don't need this stroke thickness. Let's have it like this now, and we can see something. Fine. Now let's move it to vertically end, vertical options end, so it will be at the very end. Now let's add some margin and padding to this. So we'll say margin, let's say 5, padding 10. It is here. Fine. Now let's add some data to this. So inside this, we'll have a grid with 2 columns, column definitions, star and star. In this, we'll have first column as label grid dot column 0, and here we'll have a text. For now, let's get it from binding. This will be total amount, like this. We can see something. Okay, and after that, the right part, the right section, we'll have a button with grid dot column 1, and here we'll have a text which will be place order, like this. We'll have a background color to this, let's say golden rod color, and we can see this button now. Let's add a couple of more styling. So first, corner radius 22. Okay, after this, let's text color is white, which is looking okay on this. Fine, let's have some padding, or move it vertically center and horizontally end. Then add some padding to this, from left and right 25, from top and bottom 10. Fine. So I think we are good with this button. And for this label, this text, let's use formatted text. So we have two approaches. What I want to show, I want to show total in first line, then the amount in second line. So we could have one vertical stack layout with 2 labels, or we can have a single label with formatted text. So let me show you how we can use formatted text. So in this label, we can remove this text directly, like this. What we'll do instead, we'll have label dot formatted text, like this. Here we'll use formatted string, like this. Then we can have multiple strings using this span tag. So span, we'll have total like this, and we can have different styling as well. So font size, let's say I want 18. Then we can have another span with the text. This will be our binding of total amount with string format $0 and 2 like this. Okay, and on this we, we will have a bigger font size, let's say 20, and font attributes bold. Now if you see, these two are in the same line, but we need to move it to the second line. So on this total, the first span, we can use one Unicode character which you can find on Microsoft documentation, .NY documentation. So it uses this ampersand has 10 semicolon. This is for new line. This is new line character like this. So we can see this thing now. Now let's have some padding on this label. We'll have a padding of, let's say, from left and right 18 and from top and bottom 0. Cool, it looks fine. Then text color, let's have it white. Text color white. And then vertically center, vertical option set center like this. Let's rerun. Okay, so app is here. Get started, add items, go back, add more items, view cart, and now we can see this. Everything looks great. Yeah, it looks great, isn't it? Do let me know in the comment if you are following till now. And this screen, I think this screen is the best screen in this entire app. I love this screen. The UI design is very good. What do you think? Do let me know in the comments. Okay, now next thing, we need to work on this delete items. And then if you remember the app I showed you, we had that clear cart toolbar item there. So let's work on that first. We'll go to the very top here, content page dot toolbar items. We are going to have a toolbar item with text clear cart, and the command we can get from binding, and we know this is clear cart command. This we implemented in our view model, right? So we can see clear cart, and this is working. This is the thing we added, right? No, if we press no, nothing will happen. If we press yes, then cart cleared and there is nothing on this screen. So for this case, we should have the empty view. So let's have empty view here on this collection view dot empty view. Here we can use the similar approach which we used on the all items page, right? All pizzas page. So let me copy that. We have all pizzas page. Here we should have that collection view, item template, empty view. Where is empty view? Empty view is here. So let me copy the content of this empty view. Okay, now go to our cart page and we can have the content here like this. No pizzas found, but here we'll change no items in the cart, something like this. No items in the cart, and we don't need this label.trigger in this case. After this, we can have a button here which will redirect user back to the all items page, that all pizzas page basically. So for this, let's have the text, we'll say explore all pizzas, something like this. Okay, so horizontal options as center. Background color, we'll use background color golden rod, this color, like this, and we should be good now. Explore all pizzas. Nothing is happening right now. We'll fix this. On this vertical stack layouts, let's add spacing of somewhat 15. Okay, it looks nice. Go back and you see we cleared all the items from the cart, but we still see this one here and this item, right? We should not have this because we cleared the cart. Then this item should get removed from here. Now if we add these 4 items, we are here, we can see these 4 items. Clear cart is working. If we do this, first let's work on this thing, then we'll fix that error. This delete single cart item. So for this we already have our command in our view model. We just need to call it from our collection view dot item template, and this is this one, right? So let me pull that. So on this we'll use image dot gesture recognizer, tab gesture recognizer, and command. And this command, again we have the same situation. The situation is we need to get the value for this command from its parent. So let's do this. We'll have binding source, and this source is going to be relative source x relative source with ancestor type, which will be x type, cart view model, like this, and the path is going to be our, what was that, remove cart item command, right? Cart view model, let's see what was its name. Cart view model, remove cart item command. It expects a string name, so we'll provide this. From here we have this remove cart item command, and we need to pass the command parameter, which will be binding name, which is this item, this pizza name basically. So we should be good now. If we press this, then this should get clear. But when we are clearing it, we want a mechanism. What if we accidentally remove that item? We want some, because on this clear card we are showing this confirmation, but for clearing from here we are not showing that, right? So when we delete particular row from this cart page, we should have some mechanism that this cart cleared, and if this was an accidental action, you can simply undo this. So we'll implement this functionality, and the way we can implement this, let's go to cart view model. First let me clear all these files, close all tabs, save and close. Now I'll use only the ones which I need. So right now I need cart page and I need cart view model. These two only. Cool. So on this remove cart item, inside this item is, when item is not what do we say, when item is not empty, not null, then we are doing this, right? So what we should do, we should have, after doing this, let's have one mechanism here. What is that mechanism? That is we will display a snack bar. Snack bar is actually a kind of toast alert, but there we can have some action, some button. So that we'll do here. So we'll create a snack bar using snackbar.make. This also comes from community toolkit.maui, so you can read about it. So here first we can have message. So the message will say, let's make it interpolated. So we'll say like this, item dot name this pizza, removed from cart, like this. Then the second parameter, it expects one action. What should happen when we press the button on this snack bar? Okay, so this action, I'm going to have it here only. You can have it outside of this also. After that, action button text. So what should be the action button text? So here I'll display undo, that if this removing was accidental, you can undo this. Then we have time span, for how long we want to display this snack bar. So we can say time span dot from seconds. Let's say we'll display it for 5 seconds. After that 5 seconds, this snack bar is going to be disappeared. And then we can have snack bar options if we want. First, so the options we need, let's have these options outside. Here we'll say snack bar options equals new snack bar options, and here we'll use corner radius to 10, and the background color we'll use colors dot pale goldenrod, this color. And then we can pass the snack bar options to this snack bar dot make to this last parameter, like this, and we are good now. Cool. Now what we are going to do, we are not showing it right now, we'll show it in a bit. When we press undo, what should happen? We should add this item back to the list, which is this items collection, right? So that we'll do here. What we'll do, we'll say items dot add this item back. We are adding this item back to the list, and if we are doing this, we should recalculate the amount again, like this. Fine. Now let's show this snack bar. So we can store it in a variable and then we can display it, or we can directly add the show method to this make only. So await snack bar dot show, like this. And now we are good. Save everything and let's rerun this. Okay, the app is here. Let's try, get started, add items, back. Let's see the cart now. We have these 3 items. Let's remove this 2 pizza 9, and notice this total amount will also get changed. It get changed. I'm not undoing it. Let's leave it like this for now, and we can see amount got decreased. Now let's remove this pizza 5 and we'll press undo. You saw this came back and the total amount also gets updated. So this functionality is working. Let's try clearing the complete cart. Clear, yes, cart cleared, 0. And we can now go back, or we can click on explore all pizza. We didn't add method to this explore all pizza. Explore all pizza button, where is it? Explore all pizza. Okay, let's have the clicked event handler only for this one. Here we can say async, and from here we can say await shell dot current dot go to async, and we can say name of all pizzas page, like this. Save everything. Let's stop and let's run it on Android. So we can see this complete functionality on Android. Where is Android emulator? It is here. Okay, app is loading. Get started. Add items. Go back. Add again. View cart. We can see this clear cart. Alert. Remove. Undo. Clear cart. Yes, everything is cleared. And this, we cannot see that empty layout. So this is an issue on Android emulator which I faced very often, but empty view that always works on iPhone, but it does not work. It works sometimes on Android, not always. Okay, so we are back. Now this thing, we need to work on updating these values as well. Okay, so we'll work on this thing. For this, if you are following my e-commerce grocery app using .NET MAUI, you would know what we are going to do. What we are going to do from our cart view model. This is the main cart items. So when we are clearing the cart, which is this one, clear cart, or when we are removing that particular cart item, this case. So from both of these cases, we want to raise some event, notify the application that we removed all the items from the cart, or we removed this particular pizza item from the cart, all the quantity we removed. So we need to notify. So if someone is interested in this information, they can simply subscribe to their event, add event handler, and they can respond accordingly. They can modify their UI. In this case, the detail page is the one which needs that information, so that if something cleared from the cart page, the detail page, it would simply get that notification and it will modify its UI. Okay, so let's do one thing. Here we will add couple of events, and those events are where is it? After this observable property, or let's add on the top only. So we'll have public event handler pizza will notify when we are removing the cart item. So we'll say cart item removed. This is one event. We will pass this pizza object, that we removed this pizza object. So on the consumer side, we can check if this command, this event is for this pizza only, then we'll modify it. Then we'll have one more event. This will be empty event handler. We don't need any information in this, which will be cart cleared, right, like this. Okay, now when we are removing the item from the cart, from here, we need to tell the UI, not UI, the consumer of this cart item removed. We'll simply use invoke with object sender, which is this, and the pizza item, which is this item, like this. Then when we are clearing the cart, after this we'll say cart cleared dot invoke, and then we can pass sender as this, and event arguments event args dot empty, like this. So now we are good. The only problem we now have, this cart item removed. When we are removing the item, we raise this event, then we displayed this snack bar, and what if user pressed undo button from here? Then we should add the same items to the cart again, to the detail page, the cart quantity, we should update that. So for this, what we'll do, we'll have one more event here with the same complete pizza object. Here we'll say cart item, let's say updated. And from here, when we call undo, then we'll raise this event. So we'll invoke this with the same item, like this. This sender, and then this item. Fine. So now this is done. Now we need to go to the detail page where we'll simply get the values for this and then we'll update the values accordingly. So let's go to details view model. We are already injecting cart view model here. We just need to add event handlers for this. So cart view model dot, you see this cart item updated, removed and cart cleared. So first let's do cart cleared, and here we can have one private method. So private void cart cleared or on cart cleared. Let's see this on cart cleared. We need to have the values here, so that we'll have object nullable object sender and event args e, and we don't want both of these in this case, but we are good. So on this details view model, what we'll do, we'll simply should we have it here? I think yes, we should have it here, or we should not have it here. Cart item cleared. Okay, fine. When we clearing this, what we should do, we have this pizza object, we will set its cart quantity to 0. That is all what we need to do, right, when we are clearing this. So in this case, let's do this. We'll, because this is a single line, we can directly have this as expression body, and then we can add it here directly. Now we'll have one more for private void, let's say on cart item updated or on cart item changed. I'm going to use same method for both of those updated. In cart view model, we had these two events, cart item removed and cart item updated. For both of these, I'll use the same method, because in both of these we'll simply modify the quantity. In first one, we'll simply set quantity to 0, and the second one we'll set quantity whatever quantity it has right now. So for this, what we can do, on cart item removed, on cart item changed, we will have sender and then pizza, let's say p, like this. And here we will check if the p dot name, if it is the same pizza which we have right now. Ideally we should have checked IDs, but we are not having IDs, that's why we are comparing names only, like this. And now we need to set the when we are removing the cart items, pizza dot cart quantity, we need to set it to p cart quantity, but we are not. Okay, we will have it different, or maybe we can have it on cart item change. Let's do this. Okay, let's do this. Have this logic here without this object sender. Let it behave like a helper method, and here we'll have two methods. One on cart item removed. From here we'll simply call this method on cart item changed, on cart item changed, and we'll pass comma quantity, int quantity, and we'll set this quantity here like this. On cart item changed, from when we are removing the item, we'll pass p and 0. Quantity should be 0 in this case. And the second one, we'll have on cart item updated, like this. In this case, we'll simply use p dot cart quantity, whatever it is. Now we are not using these senders, so we can simply omit these by this underscore which indicates that we don't need these. Because of the method signature, we need to have this in the parameters, but we are not going to use these. Cool. Now let me add these methods here. So cart view model dot cart item removed plus equals, we have on cart item removed, and then last one, cart view model dot cart item updated plus equals on cart item updated, like this. And now we are good. The only thing, whenever we add event handlers, it's always a good practice to clean up these. So what we'll do, we'll simply implement iDisposable interface, and at the very end of this class we'll have public void dispose method, and in here we'll do the opposite of these events, which is minus equals. So we are removing these event handlers. Cool. Now we are good with this detail page. Now let's check this. Save all and rerun. This is on Android. App is here. Let's try. Get started. Add 2 items pizza 4 and 1 item of pizza 5. View cart. You can see this. Let's remove pizza 4. We remove this. Let's go back. We are on pizza 5. We can see 1 item. We'll go back. Pizza 4 0, which is expected. Pizza 5 1, which we have there. So this thing is also working fine now. Okay, now let's try one more thing. We'll add pizza 4 again with, let's say, 5 quantities, and this time we will clear the cart. Yes, and let's go back. Let's see, pizza 4 0, which is fine. Pizza 5, which is 0, that is fine. That is what we need. So things are working as expected, right? Cool. Now I guess we are almost there. Now we'll work on this place order button. So when we click on this place order, it should navigate us to the next page, which is going to be our checkout page. So for this, let me stop this first. And in the pages folder, let me create a new page, new file, .NET MAUI, and this is, let's call it checkout page. Checkout OUT checkout page, fine. Okay, I made it C# one, so let's remove this, delete, fine. Again, create this page, add new file, .NET MAUI content page with XAML. Checkout page, create, and we are here. So first thing, let's register this page. So we can go to our app shell, and here we can simply say routing dot register route, name of checkout page, type of checkout page, like this. We registered it. Now we need to move to this page. We can go to our cart view model, place order. You can see this. So our items dot clear, recalculate amount, and after this we will say await shell dot current dot go to async, and here we can have name of checkout page with animate true, like this. Okay, and now when we are placing the order, we are clearing the items from the cart. So from here also we should trigger that this cleared event, this one, because we cleared the cart in this case also. So we'll simply copy this, or where is the clear cart? This one. We can simply trigger this from here as well. After doing items.clear, we'll do this and we'll navigate to the checkout page. Now let's work on checkout page. First, let me save everything, save all. Fine. Let's run it on iPhone. App is here. Let's get started. Add items, 3 of this, 2 of this, view cart, and place order. Nothing is happening. Place order. Okay, because we are not calling this command, we are not executing that command. So let's go to place order button here. From here we can simply add this command. This will be binding place order command. Save. Now it should navigate to the checkout page. Cool. On this checkout page, let's start working. Checkout page. First thing, let's remove this page. Let's have checkout only. Then in this vertical stack layout, we'll remove this text, and here we'll move it to the center. So vertical option center, horizontal options as center, and in this we will have one image source. That image is this check image, this one. We will change the color of this image. We'll make it green image, like this. So for this we'll use image.behaviors, and we need to add our namespace xmlns. We'll use toolkit namespace. We can have this one. So here we can say icon tint color behavior, and tint color will set it not gray, green, and this is in green color now. Fine. Let's set the height and width, which is default 150, I guess. This image is dimension, but to handle any unexpected behaviors, let's have these explicit 150 and 150. This is fine. After this, what we'll do, after this image, we'll have one label with the text. Let's say order placed successfully, something like this. We'll make font size bigger, 30, and text color we'll use green only, which indicates success. Let's see how it looks. Order placed successfully. Fine. After this, we will have a button with the text. We can say go to home screen, like this. Okay, on this vertical stack layouts, let's have item spacing as 10. Okay, or maybe more, 25. Okay, fine. On this button, let's have other styles. First, we'll change the background color. We'll make it dark golden rod, this color, which is fine. After this, we'll use corner radius 22. Cool. Then horizontal options as center, and now we'll add some padding. Let's have 15, or let's have 50 and 15, 10. 15, 10 is fine. Go to home screen and we are good now. Okay, we can come back, we can go to place order and we can see these things. Now these are static. We will add some animations to these. So in order to add animations, we'll use custom animation. .NET MAUI provides us couple of animations. So for these, we need to access these from our code behind. So we'll name all these. X name, let's say img image. This label, we'll say X name, let's say msg message. And on this button, let's say X name home btn, like this. Okay, now first thing, in order to apply animations, not completely, but we should have some initial state. So for this one, for this image, we will have scale 0. So this is hidden right now, scale is 0. Then we'll simply increase the scale to 1 and it will give us animated effect. Same thing we'll do with this message. For this also we'll use scale 0 and same thing for our button, scale 0. And on this home button we'll use one more, opacity 0. We'll use 2 animations on this. Now everything is fine, we cannot see anything which is expected. Now let's go to this checkout pages code behind, checkout page.xaml.cs. Here we'll override on appearing, and on appearing we can have our logic. Okay, and the logic will be, first save all. First we will start scaling this image.scale to, we'll make it bigger, 1.5, so 150% scaling. Then we'll use msg dot scale to 1. So these both of these are async methods. I have not applied await because I want these to be run in parallel. So image will be 150% bigger and the message will be of its actual size. Currently it is scaling to 0, so it does not exist on the screen, but it will take its space. After this, for this image we'll add couple of lines so that it gives us the heartbeat effect basically. So what we can do here, we'll say await img dot scale to 0.5. it will scale to 50%, so it will be half of its size. And then let me copy this line couple of times. 0.5 to, again we'll move it to 1.5, then 0.5, then 1.5, so it will give us heartbeat effect 1.5, and then finally we can set it to 1, so it will be of its actual size. Okay, now after this we also have home button, home btn. On this also we'll have 2 animations, so one fade to, and here we need to provide opacity which is 1. So we set home button's opacity to 0, if you remember this 0, and from 0 it will come to 1 and it will give us fade effect, fade out basically. And then for this one we will decrease the length. By default it uses 250 milliseconds, but we'll change it to make it fast, and or make it slower basically, not fast, this. And then again on this home button we'll use scale to 1. And again I have not added await on these two. We can await on this one, there is no problem, but On first line I have not await because I want these two animations to run in parallel. Now everything looks fine. Let's try it out. Or before that, let's work on this button as well. So we are not having view model for this, so let's have the clicked event only. Home button dot clicked. We'll come here, we'll make it async, and then we'll simply say await shell dot current dot go to async, and from here we'll simply remove this page from stack, so we'll use double slashes and then name of home page with animation, of course. So with animate true, animate true. We are good now. Let's rerun the app. App is here. Try it out. Get started. Pizza 7. Add items. Go back. Pizza 6. View cart. We have these items, and now we'll do place order, and you see this animation. And now we can go back from here, or we can simply go to home screen like this, and now we are on home screen. Now if we'll check, everything will reset to 0. Now we don't have any item in the cart and all the quantity are 0. Let's see it on the Android like this, like this. Android. Okay, it is coming. Get started. We are here. Add items, view cart, place order, and this animation. Go to home screen and we are good. Okay, cool. So I think that's sums up everything which we wanted to achieve in this video. So this app came out pretty good. We implemented so many things in this. We implemented shell navigation, we implemented search bar, right? We implemented title triggers, data triggers for this. We implemented search functionality, view models, community toolkit, alerts, toast, snack bar, right? Flex layout. On this also we use conditional UI changes for Android and iOS. We created this cart and so many things. We also implemented these animations, this nice small animation. So for this, initially I tried to use Kia Sharp, but plotty animation and all those, but the problem was those does not work on the iPhone, the iOS. Those were working on the Android but not iOS. So I checked and they have some issues. They have GitHub open issues, and same with GIF images. Those works on Android but does not work on iOS emulator. So I had to drop that idea and then I made it this custom animation small. Cool. So that's all for this video. So please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel, and do let me know in the comment if you like this video, and if you have some queries or some suggestions, some feedback. I'm open to everything, and I replies to comment. Most of the time I reply to each and every comment. I read each and every comment, and if you drop comment, it gives this video boost and I can get more views, which will help me, motivate me to create more videos. And you can drop some suggestions for further videos as well, so I will look into those and maybe I can create videos for those as well. Okay, cool. So that's all. I will be back soon with some next new video. Till then, bye bye. Happy coding.